Good morning, everyone. Actually, I take that back. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am getting set up. We're going to be doing some sewing and crafting today, so I'm just going to be here and get my setup going. So feel free to trickle in, and we'll get started with this. Just got to do things like threading my needle and making sure I have bobbin thread. Just little things, little absolutely necessary sewing things. As we get settled in, of course, please let me know if the volume is good on everything, and I want this to be a nice, comfortable, happy and safe space for me. So, I'm going to grab a couple things. I've got Delta in the bus with me too, so if you see a very large dog, she is a good pupper and should be told accordingly. Hello, Dorothy. And as always, if you have any questions about what I do, how I do it, why I do it, or what I use, feel free to ask in chat or on my Discord. And as always, exclamation point Discord and chat will get you an invite. So, hello, Delta. These are good puppers. You gonna help? You want to come up? Up? Or are you cozy? I've got the radiator on, and it's chilly outside. So we have 3 beautiful farm dogs. Sometimes they love to just come in and get some snuggles. And you're not chasing goats. Alright, music is louder than me. I can solve that. Alrighty. How is that? Oh. Cool. Got some friends online as well. Alright, everybody good? Everyone having a wonderful, wonderful post-holiday day? Let's get into it. Yes, phone? Okay. So today I'm going to be doing some kind of Sunday general craft housekeeping, if you will. There we go. That's such a good sound. And I've got a couple projects to make. I have some requests and orders for things, and just, like I said, need to get caught up on a little bit and make some fun. So I'm going to be doing, this is something now that I have streamed once, and I've done a YouTube video once. If you ever want to follow along, I do have that YouTube video up, #socials in chat for a link to that, and that will get you to my channel. But I'm going to be making some little hand-sewn kitten dolls. They look like this. So I'll be doing a couple more of those. I've got some that need to go out to their forever homes, and I'm quite excited. So I've got some already cut out. I'm missing an arm. And I'm going to be doing these as a mix on the machine and a mix of hand sewing. It's the best part about making up your own pattern and making up your own process is that there's no real rules. And they're still hand sewn, even if they're on the machine. I mean, we can get into semantic differences here. Point is, they're handmade. And that is what is fun and lovely. Did I add seam allowance? Okay. Let me talk to myself. I am pinning my head pattern to this fabric here, and I'm going to cut some more out. So this is my very professional hand-done pattern here. It is a piece of the finest computer paper and ballpoint pen. Very professional. And actually, in a lot of ways, most things can just be made with whatever you have. I love the quote, start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. Yes, fancy materials and good toys and tools are really fun, but you can make a pattern with a piece of scrap paper. I love to just doodle on scrap paper and see where it takes me. Then there's no pressure. So I'm going to be cutting this out. Kind of slop things to the side and get where you can actually see what I'm doing. So I'm adding seam allowance, which if you're new to sewing, seam allowance is just an extra bit of fabric around from where you're going to be sewing that adds, structural integrity. It's if your line of stitching is going to be here, you don't want to be you don't want your fabric so close that if you pull it on it, it would already rip and reach the edges of your fabric. So kind of the more seam allowance you have, the better. I mean, obviously to a point, diminishing returns and all that, but it just allows some more structural integrity and keeps everything nice. So this fabric is super cute. It's a homespun. It's got these little inset polka dots. What I love about these kitten dolls is, and this is just a pattern I've made up because it's fun, but what I love about these kitten dolls is there's so many different ways you can make them. They have a different personality every time I make them based on the fabrics that I use, the trims, the laces, the buttons. Oh, puppers, excuse me. Boop, boop, boop. Dinky pups. Thank you, Delta. Good girl. And they're just, everyone is different. Even if I'm making a copy of one just because somebody really liked that fabric or whatever, they have a different personality each time, and it's cute. It's very cute. So, like I said, I'm going to be kind of doing a mix of techniques today. Today is going to be, let me turn that so I can look at y'all. Hello. Today is going to be one of those days where we just delve into the ADHD brain of a sewist here. So I'm going to shorten my stitch length. So you'll hear some beeping. That's just my Elna here. I'm shortening my stitch length, which means instead of taking stitches this long, I'm going to take stitches that are this long. And when you're working with smaller things, that helps. It helps because if you have really big stitches, that's more opportunity for like gapping and stuff to come apart. When you're working in miniature, it's like everything needs to be smaller. So small cat, small stitches, small, which you can obviously achieve by hand as well. And like I said, I like to mix these up and do sometimes on the machine, sometimes by hand. Kind of just depends on what I'm feeling, honestly. Sometimes, kind of shoving all these pieces under the machine is just a bit too fiddly. And sometimes, like if my hands are cold and sore, the little needles hurt. So do what is healthiest and best for you. And there's no right or wrong answer here. And I also, since I had hand sewn these, like with hand needle and thread, the last 2 times I made them, I did want to show what the process looks like on a machine. Yes, Bip. And I've got good company to do it in. Delta is an 8-year-old. She's a rescue. She's an 8-year-old Jabrarian Shepsky, so half German Shepherd, half Husky, for all the dog math. And 100% good girl. And she's getting sleepy, so it's super cute. Normally she's out herding the goats. She's a good farm pup, but she's earning her good nap right now. So. So I'm just going all the way around the shape and tying a knot. So, which is fun on the machine because I've got a button that does that. All right, so forgot I had black bobbin thread and it didn't look like it had sewn for a second. But there you go. You can see the line of stitch all the way around. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So what I'm going to do is trim off my threads. I'm going to take let me do it with this side so you can see. I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to snip close, but not all the way to my line of stitching. Anywhere there's going to be a point. Anywhere there's like a very concave or convex line. When we go to turn this inside out, that will make it a lot less bulky. Obviously, you don't want to clip so far that you're going into your stitches, because that would just be silly. We just did those. But there we go. So. And then, let me switch to here. Okay, so now we can take this. The overhead cam's not really picking it up. What we're going to do, I have a good tool for this. Where did I put it? We're going to turn this inside out. So I like to just kind of shove my hand in there and grab something and just kind of wiggle it out. If you have forceps work really well for this. I have a giant menacing looking pair that I like to use. Sometimes it's a little overkill on little pieces like this, but I don't know, who doesn't want to kind of feel like a mad scientist from time to time. All right, so then with this, kind of just use your finger. The eraser end of a pencil works really well for stuff like this. Chopstick. You can kind of even get away with like a dull pair of scissors. You're just going to kind of work out all of those lumps and bumps. So I'm going to grab, survey says, a paintbrush. I've got my handy dandy craft supply dresser next to me. And a lot of times with these, I just kind of grab whatever's closest. So there we have an ear. You can tell it looks like a cat. It now resembles a cat. So just kind of keep working all the way around until you have the shapes that you want. And what's great is if at this stage you notice that something's not the right shape, it's not giving you the right curve or the right point, take it back inside out and, sew it again. You can adjust the curves really easily at this point by just taking it back in. I think that's what I really like about sewing is like until you've like really cut away too much, which you can always go back and patch it, but really like there's not a lot you can't recover from. So look, there's a little cat doll. So I'm gonna look at the shape. These are obviously, I don't want to say meant to be wonky. It's more that they look charming if they're not perfectly symmetrical. Of course, if you're I don't want to say if you're good at what you do, they can be symmetrical, because that makes it sound like I'm not good at what I do. It's more just when you're leaning into something with a very like folk aesthetic, a very handmade, a very rustic, cottage core type aesthetic, absolute mirror laser, symmetry and precision. I was trying to mix precision and symmetry in my mind. Aren't necessary. It's more about the essence and the spirit and the personality. And so, like, if it resembles cat, it's good. So that's ahead. We're gonna do another one. So I've got this beautiful corduroy for this next one. I really, really love corduroy. Corduroy is just so fun to play with. I've been making Little Sprout a lot of clothing out of corduroy because we both really enjoy the way that it feels. So I'm gonna, actually that's still working. I'm gonna talk to my sewing machine because I'm in good company, right? All right, so we're gonna do that again, but it's khaki this time. I have been thinking about getting, where are my hands, a third cam so that you can see under the neck of my machine. I realize from the top down when I'm working in miniature, there's not much to see, and I apologize for that. So this is one of those adventures where I just kind of work to improve my equipment and my setup each and every time. And I've been very lucky. I have some very, very wonderfully geeky family members who have been helping with the setup. And we joke that we just kind of keep adding more wires until everything works. But no, it's been fantastic, and I'm very, very grateful. But if there's anything that you would like to see as a viewer, just angles or what have you, I would like to accommodate that, because I want to make sure that, like, I like to say that we're here as a safe space, but we're also here, like, if you've got questions, if you want to learn. I love to teach. So obviously I want to make it worth the while and make sure that you can see what I'm doing. So I think adding in a hand cam will probably be one of my next ventures. Okay, see how that worked. Nope. Okay, so again, gonna trim that. Do my little snips into the convex and concave areas, etc., etc. Rinse and repeat. And that's what's kind of fun and kind of meditative about doing something like this, where you've got a couple to make, because you can just kind of get into it and batch them. Like, not in the way where we have to worry about production or any of that. Just more like, well, I know what I'm doing because I just made one, and now I can make a second one. So I'm going to turn that inside out again, kind of just find a wiggle hole and flip it. Oops. I forgot to tie a knot on one side, so it's coming out a little bit. That's okay. I built in a lot of neck so that I have freedom to play. And look, ta-da, we did it. It's a potato. Headphone cord. Excuse you. So yeah, another way to kind of pull these from the inside out is just to work it carefully from the right side, and you can kind of just feel where it's safe to pull, or just go back on the inside and wiggle. These are really fun to make. I like to make these with my daughter, Little Sprout, because it's fun to make your own toys. There's something about like having scraps of fabric and then being able to do whatever you want. And then being able to, in a couple hours, being able to just play with them. And she's very into like dollhouse type play. And so, yes, having little figures that can join us on little adventures. Why is this ear so thick? It has been super rewarding. So she's learning to sew as well. My mom taught me. I am a Jedi like my father before me. And her mom taught her. And so now it's been really fun to even just start to introduce sewing in all of its possibilities to my Little Sprout. Okay, this is just me wrestling with an ear. It was doing something funny, which means there's either too much seam allowance, or I didn't snip it enough, or, the universe said nope. Just, like, if y'all make things, you know that sometimes you can kind of do everything right and do it by the book, and it still just you know, might be slightly too to the left or slightly off, and you have to just work it a little bit. So we're working it a little bit. And also, I'm working with a very textured fabric, so this corduroy has this beautiful, it's called whales, with these, like, lines in it. It's got a little twisty ear, which might just be how this cat wants to be. Like, who am I to get in the way? So let me see if I can make it all match a little bit. Very cute. Very, very cute. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure why it's doing that, because my seam is straight, and the fabric's not pulling that dramatically, but that's just how the cat wants to be, so let's celebrate that. It's cute. Very cute. Which is what I was talking about how these all, like, even if I'm doing the same one again, they all just take on different little personalities. There we go. Little elf kitty. Okay, so in addition to the face, I do have a pattern for, I just threw it on the floor. Oh, pardon me, Delta. I just need this for a paw. So, excuse me. Let me drink some water. There's your reminder to hydrate and not choke on your own words like a grown-up. All right, so I have a pattern for the face and then these little paw patterns. So you'll need a total of 4 pieces of fabric cut out of this one and a total of 2, obviously. Each one makes a sandwich. So 2 for the head, which we've already then sewn, and then 2 for each of 2 paws. So 2 times 2 is 4. So kind of like that. So there's 2. So I need to cut 2 more out of the corduroy and then 4 total out of my black homespun with the polka dots, which show up really well on camera. It's a lot more subtle IRL, but hey, thank you for redeeming hydrate. I will do that again. Excuse me. Hey, Colton Koala, how's it going? Thanks for using your bus points, your bus tokens, your channel points. I know what things are called. All right, so I'm gonna cut out, excuse me, 4 of these out of the black. Excuse me, scissor. Okay, so that's just really nice and easy. I'm going to take this fabric, take a nice corner I've already cut out of. Good, I'm glad to hear it. And then I'm going to fold. Let's see. Might be able to get 4 out over here. Fold and fold. So that I can fit that on there. And so this pattern doesn't have seam allowance in it because everyone likes to work with a different amount of seam allowance. For me, it's really about what fabric I'm using. So you'll, like, if you've done a simplicity pattern or like anything that you bought that comes like on the tissue paper and it's done, it's going to have seam allowance. Garments tend to have 5/8 of an inch of seam allowance already built into the pattern, and that's really for tailoring because you can kind of fuss around with quite a bit with 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. With quilting and with like plush making and stuff, you definitely don't need that much, especially on a miniature, because 5/8 of an inch, like, it's over half an inch. That's a lot of fabric, especially in something that's only maybe an inch wide to begin with. So I definitely don't put that much on my miniatures, but I put enough so that, like, if I feel like it's pulling when I'm going to turn it inside out and it's coming through, obviously there's not enough seam allowance, but for the most part, just a scant 1/4 inch, it does it. It's fine. So I'm going to sew up these little paws. Oh, Delta, did you need belly rubs? I've got my big pup in the bus, and she's laying on my laying on my sewing machine foot, which means I have to pet her belly before I can sew. Sewing. Comfy. We've got the radiator on, and it's quite lovely in here. I'm also gonna drink my coffee, which I know doesn't count as water, but we drank water earlier. So thank you again for redeeming your bus tokens. All right, so we are gonna sew. I see my machine doing something funny. Why? All right, we're gonna try sewing, and then if it does something weird, it may be my bobbin thread. Yep, it's my bobbin thread. All right, so kind of rule number one, like best troubleshooting advice I can ever give. If your sewing machine is doing something funny, just unthread it and rethread it. It's the IT equivalent. It's the sewing machine equivalent of have you tried turning it off and on again? It works 9 times out of 10. Best advice I've ever received, best advice I could ever give. So I'm going to do that because it was working just fine 2 seconds ago, and now it's not. But also, you know, like a sewing machine's a pretty complex piece of equipment, and so, like, if every once in a while it's just off because of things, who am I to complain? Okay, there we go. Now you're pulling. I'm gonna try it. I like this machine, but it's different from what I learned to sew on, and even though I've had it for a number of years, there's still a big part of me that's like, oh, it's still new to me, and I don't know how to use it. I'll only ever know the one machine. So I'm trying to challenge myself to get better and become just as familiar with this machine as the other. So it's been a number of years. I think time goes so quickly that it's like, no, it's cool. I've only been sewing on it for a year. No, it's been longer than that. So I'm just going to go all the way around. If you can see my hand on the back, hello, I'm lifting up on my foot pad, or my presser foot, so that I can make a better curve. And I'll show that in here in a second. I do want to, like I said, get a cam that faces this way. But that'll be the next update. Alright, something just went wrong. I don't know if you guys heard that. I think my top thread's got an issue, so we're going to slightly move my face cam and rethread. And not to be like it's because my mom's watching, but Quoth and Koala is the one I was talking about who taught me how to sew. And maybe, she probably can't tell what's going on. I'm just being, you know, it's like one of those where it's like, do you guys feel like you got everything right until somebody starts watching? I do that all the time, which is a terrible affliction for a live streamer. It's like, no, I got it, just don't look. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm very, very happy to be here and being able to do this. It's more one of those, I think it's just things, learning how to adapt when things just inevitably go wrong, because they do. Obviously, when I'm like making something for YouTube and I can stop the camera at any point, you know, it gives a slight crutch that I don't have live, and I'm learning to adapt. It's been fun. Did you hear that? Yep. Oh, I'm like, did you hear that? Either the weird noise or me being anxious. No, I fixed it. My top thread. Okay, so I have a really cool button on my machine that cuts my threads automatically, and I love it. It's my favorite feature. It wasn't working because my tension in my top thread was too high, and so it was trying to pull, and it was jammed up. Guess what we did? We unthreaded it, we rethreaded it. It's all good now, so. When in doubt, unthread, rethread the machine. I swear, 9 times out of 10. That's the problem. And then if you have a real problem, then you know, probably needs to be taken in. But 9 times out of 10. Okay, so again, I am just stitching. Oh yeah, I didn't. Stitching around this little curve. So what I do is I lift up my foot so I can just do a kind of 27-point turn all the way around the little paw. Yeah, now it's sewing like a dream. So we'll tie our little knot, and then this one I may have to re-sew just because it might start coming undone. We'll see. Oh no, there's something off. Oh no. There might be a problem with my automatic thread cutter. And that is, you know, that's something that happens. I mean, these are, like I said, these are pieces of machinery, and it might be time to take it in for service. So we all deserve servicing from time to time, and things like the expression, like if you don't take time for preventive maintenance, things will break down and make the time. So I'm turning this one inside out. This one's really little, so I'm just kind of wearing it like a little tiny pinky mitten. And I'm going to just kind of slip it in. So just turning that inside out of me. So I know it's black on black fabric can be a little bit tricky on camera to see, but you're just taking it like a little tiny sock and turning it inside out. So, little sock. And you can do that by either like pinching right here at the opening and just kind of threading, or by, you know, taking a blunt object, question mark, a key, and putting it through. So I like a combination of both. Obviously, you don't want to like push hard enough on any one point and stress the fabric. There's enough stress. Your fabric doesn't need to be stressed. And then throw it on the floor for good measure. Excuse me, Delta. Can I have that back? Oh, wrestle it from a big puppy. And then transit it out. Absolutely essential steps. If you don't throw it on the floor and get it back from your dog, it just won't work. Alright, so there we go. Now you can really see that, like, ta-da, it's a paw. It's a little kitty hand. Boop. High five. So, there are two, and every time I do these, I change my mind on what order I like to work in. There are two ways to handle the next step, which is going to be some embroidery, and I'm going to put little toe beans on the little paw. I like to do them after it's a paw. It is way easier if you do them when it's flat fabric. However, I never get it centered again. So I like to do my embroidery after I've constructed it, because then I control if it's woefully lopsided versus letting the universe control it for me. If I'm going to sink this ship, I want it to be me. Nah, I like to do the embroidery on the little feet after I sew them. And it's not hard. It's going to be 3 French knots, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. Now, French knots they're one of my favorite stitches. One, I really like them. They make a beautiful texture. They're a raised spherical type knot. They sit on the fabric really nice. What I really like about them, and this is what truly is any fiber work but a complex series of knots, but what I love about French knots is they just are unapologetically big clumps of knots sitting on the surface, and it's like, yeah, that one's pretty. I kept that one. It just amuses me. Amuses me a lot. So, especially when work is like got large areas of French knots, it's like I tied all of these knots and they're pretty, because they truly are. But could have made flowers. I could have made vine. I made knots, but they feel cool. Especially when like embroidery artists, when sewists do like whole sheep out of French knots, or I saw this one ombre rainbow pillow where the entirety of it was French knots. It's probably 5,000 French knots, and it's gorgeous. They have such texture to them. Okay, so now look. Da-da-da. High five. We have those. So I need to find slightly... I thought I had cut a total of 4 of these out. Looks like I only cut 2. So I gotta cut 2 more out of the corduroy. Corduroy is fun when it sandwiches together, because it's kind of like putting 2 flexible ruffles chips together. It's got ridges, and they stick into each other. Corduroy is fun, which is nice when you're doing like garments out of corduroy, because you can kind of just Velcro the 2 layers together and they stay. Like, it's good stuff. Very, very important. 10 out of 10. Self Velcroing fabric. Okay. I think I've got a tension issue going on. Something's jammed. Which can happen if you see in the top of the machine. I've got a spool of thread that's a little too long for my thread stick. And so when I put my little cap on, sometimes it does get a little stuck. So I'm sure there is a solution to this. You know, the best solution would be fabric companies, thread companies, make your spools just a little shorter. Because every machine I've ever sewn on had this problem. Alright, we'll try it again. There's probably a very historical and significant reasoning for the length of spools being how they are, but why it doesn't jive with modern machines, I don't know. Or maybe I'm just doing something wrong. Anybody know? It's one of those situations where I would love to be wrong. I would love to have there be a solution. It's like I said, I'm here to teach, but I'm also here to learn. Like, I love it when I learn something new, because somebody shared something in chat. Like, thread stand. Thread stand is the answer. I'm also stubborn, and so a thread stand would be a third piece of equipment, or an additional piece of equipment, where it's like a weighted base and then a stick, and then you put your thread on it and you read it. But then you're having to get a whole other piece of thing for your thing instead of the thing just working. So it is a solution. I think I'm okay at the moment. I appreciate that. Quilting Koala is my mom. She's at the house next door. I'm out in my bus. So if you see us chatting like we know each other, it's because we do. So I appreciate the offer. I think I'll stubborn through for a little bit because I'm almost done. Actually, I have one more paw to sew and 2 potato bodies, and then I should be finished. So, because I'm thinking about it. I'll let you know if I change my mind. But yeah, thread stand is just an additional piece of equipment, and it would solve the problem I'm having. Maybe if that is the problem, it would solve the problem I'm having. If it's not, then we just kind of keep figuring it out. Sometimes sewing is a deep psychological dive into, is it the machine that's having issues? Is it I that am having issues? Is it both? Por qué no las dos, right? Why not both? Okay, so the corduroy is a little bit more fiddly than the black cotton. So I'm having to really get in there. It's thicker. So, it's like trying to make a real thick sandwich and then turn it inside out instead of a nice thin sandwich. But I really like the way it works. It's just harder in miniature. Like you got to know that different materials are going to act differently even in the same scenario. See, threw it on the floor. It's good though. That means it's going to work out. Right? Like SpongeBob's bubble blowing technique. You got to do, you got to bring it around town, throw it on the floor, get it from a dog, wrestle it a little bit. The very glamorous side of sewing, just a weirdo with a paintbrush and a school bus, just kind of stabbing a kitten paw. Absolutely essential. Okay, so there we go. And now it resembles an arm. Boop. So I'm going to make one more of those. So I need to grab some more corduroy. Oh, good girl. Oh, I dropped one of the arms on you. I'm sorry. A little tiny kitten arm holding a big puppy down. I wouldn't want that. Oh, no, you can see it outside. No, it's okay. Delta, you all done? Do you want out? Come here. All right. Delta wanted to go back outside. She left me. That's all good. She's a free puppers. She can do what she wants. She's got important pup stuff to do. All right, so I've got my corduroy, which is this lovely, lovely khaki, and I'm going to make 2 more pieces of bread to make a paw sandwich. Oh, excuse me. A lot of pup fur in the air. It's a small space, and she's always, like I said, she's always welcome. You're always welcome on the bus, but sometimes I got a justy puppy. Okay, so I am pinning that again, very fancy pattern here written on scrap paper, slapping it on my fabric, and then cutting it out. Easy peasy. And again, adding in enough seam allowance. And I tend to make my arms a little longer than my pattern just because, oops. True professional. I don't know if you all saw that. I put my fabric on top of my pieces and then threw them on the floor. It's going to be one of those days. I guess it's just going to be one of those days. If you're new here, I have a slightly chaotic vibe to my crafting, and it's just how we roll. I can do good things. It's just going to be an adventure. All right, there we go. So I'm going to shake this out because I'm missing a paw now. And you know what I should do while I have it like this? Fold it nicely. Let's do that. Let's be slightly less of a hot mess. Fold. Because there's always an opportunity to improve. I'm working on better habits. I'm working on a better workflow. You know, start where you are, do with what you can. All right, look at that, folded. Now I can put it back. And then I have all my little arms. Boop. So there's one, I'll make that one, and I'm still missing one. And it'll show up. That's what's gonna happen. I know that Delta didn't take it outside, so it's gotta be in here somewhere. The bus that I'm working in, it is a school bus. Art is a short bus that I've refurbished. It's only 100 square feet, so can't have gone that far. Probably sitting on it. We'll find it. All right, so while that goes walkabout, we'll do this one. Maybe it just needed some space. It's okay. Take the time, take the space. If you need it, little paw, you'll come back. Okay, work around that curve and then bring it on home. And tie it on. So again, we're just kind of sewing that whoop shape so that we can turn it about. And I'm not going to use my thread cutter because it's being weird today. It's okay. So now we have this one. I'm going to do the same thing where I take it and clip right along this curve here. Not cutting into my stitches, obviously, just doing enough to kind of ease the curve. Oops. Kind of day. What can I say? What can I say? Anyway, ease the curve and then flip it inside out. Oops. I made a mistake. Can anybody tell me what mistake I made? We'll call this a teaching moment. It's hard to tell, but I sewed them with the wrong sides together, so the right sides are facing out. So when I go to turn this, it's the wrong sides of the fabric. So, whoops. So there's two options here. I can unpick it, or I can cut new ones. Sometimes with little tiny fabric like this, just the stress of unpicking it may not be the best for it. I'm gonna see how it handles because I don't want to waste anything. So I'm just gonna take this and carefully unclip my threads. It should be okay. Everybody makes mistakes. It happens. And that's what I was talking about earlier with sewing is like really there's not that much. Now I'll have to be careful with this because I've already clipped my curves. That's a slight like whoops. But as long as I sew in the same place, it's all good. And so like even when you make a like mistake, it's not the end of the world. I can recover from this, which feels nice because sometimes things in life kind of feel like you can't. So it's nice to have things that you know that even if you completely dork it up, it's not the end of the world. So I'm going to pick off all that extra thread, which is always really satisfying. Ooh. Just nice. Yeah. Good thread pull. Woohoo. Okay. And that was satisfying. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my right sides together. So that means the finished sides, the side you want showing, the pretty side, the textured side, whatever have you. You don't want that on the outside. I mean, when you want it on the outside finished, what you're going to do is you're going to carefully sandwich that together. So this is going to be your sandwich. So your finished sides go together. That way, when you sew it, this way, and turn it inside out, all the back of the fabric and all the messy threads are on the inside. So there we have it. Now we're just going to sew it again. we go. Yes, it's the thread cutter. Okay. All right. Not a tension thing with my top thread. It's my thread cutter, which is my favorite part about my machine. And I think I gotta take it in for service. But like I said, if you don't take time for preventive maintenance, it'll break down and make time. Okay, taking that, and now that it is technically correct, we're going to turn it inside out. Or right sides out, I should say. So, use your pencil, use your paintbrush, use whatever it is that you have. And I've already clipped the curves on this one, so I'm just gonna plop it. And now I don't have a dog to drop it on and have them catch it and bless it. So we'll just have to do our best. Sans dog. Alright, and there we have it, a ball. So now we have two. Now this one, I'm looking at the size. Sometimes because I've stretched this one out a little bit, it might seem a little bit bigger. It just means I can either play with the first one and stretch it out a little bit, or return that back one inside out and take it a little scanter on the or take it in a little bit more on the seam allowance. But look, it looks like a glove. So if you're wondering how tiny the little cat paws are, they're as big as my pinky. Pinky for scale, banana for scale. All right, so now I'm going to get some batting and some embroidery floss. Not in that order for the project, but more they are necessary. So I am going to be right back. All right. Well, okay, we're back. So I had to find embroidery floss, and I needed to find some batting. So batting, if you're unfamiliar, is this. And embroidery floss is this. So we've got some good stuff. I remember when I made these two, and then I lost one. I'm just going to make up another one. If I find the other, then I'll just turn it into something else later. Like waste not, want not, all that. But for the moment, it's not worth the stressing out over. You feel that? So, what I'm going to do is it's just one more. Plus, it's a little bit more practice. And I still think that there is a sewing machine issue I'm troubleshooting. So, any more data on that is fine too. So I'm just going to make one more little leg. Little pin, or not. So I'm just going to cut that out following my little pattern. And at this point, it's just kind of I know what I'm doing. It's a vaguely set shape. Oh, that's right, my machine was being weird. I'm not sure what's going on. You ever have a day like that? I think we all have those days. Alright, let's try that again. We're not going to let it defeat us. That's what's... Oh, there's my pin. It is what it is. Okay. Please don't suck that down into the pit of my machine. Thank you. There we go. And work out back up. It's all good. Alright, so same thing again. Sometimes, you know what, it can be frustrating to have to redo progress. I totally get that. Sometimes if I have to redo too much, it can make me want to stop working on the project. So I try not to get so frustrated. But I get it. But other times it can be just like, it can be familiar. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I've done this already today. Again. And it's either, it can be a sign that maybe it's just not the right day to work on it, you need to put it away, or it can be a sign of, you know what? Hey, I've done it today already, again. And so now, guess what? I have that much more practice under my belt. So just like learning to kind of read like when to soldier on and when to walk away, I think is one of those things that's important. And I'm still definitely working on it, but I think there's something to learn it in these small stakes things, because sometimes things can just feel so dang big. It's nice to kind of practice in these little things. We talk about that a lot too. Like it reminds me just of you know, kind of like wearing your nerd identity on your sleeve and feeling confident enough to talk about these fandoms and these things as kind of practice for, like, you know, big real world things. It feels the same way with like practice on stuff like this, and I'm wrestling with a small piece of thing where, yes, this is important. What I'm making, it is important. I've got somebody this is going to. It means a lot to me. It's a big deal. But like individually, this is just a small scrap of fabric, and it doesn't have to be the end of the world. I don't have to let it be the end of the world. If I'm frustrated with it, it can be a moment in, like I said, perseverance or in boundaries. I can learn, no, it's okay. I don't have to let something like this end me. But it's good to practice that. I think that's one of the things that we don't practice enough, and something I hope that I'm teaching my daughter. My daughter, Little Sprout, she's 5.5. Is just when it's worth being stubborn, and when it's worth having a boundary. And so I'm not gonna let this. I'm not gonna let this beat me today. I think that's one of the things too that live streaming has really taught me, is just things go wrong, and they go wrong a lot. And so it's like, well, what am I gonna do? Keep going, or let it get me? And you're allowed to make that choice every day. Like some things are just, yeah, you don't have to soldier through everything. I can turn off the camera if it gets to be too much, and that's nice. But on the other hand, like, if it was something that I'd normally let just frustrate me, but I know that I'm like, nah, it's okay. And then people are watching and y'all are chatting, and it's like, no, you know what? I'm human, and I'm allowed to be human, and y'all are human, and we're good. And it gives me a lot of strength. And then it's like, yeah, we're just learning together. Like, nobody is perfect. Nobody's got it all magically going on perfectly behind the scenes and in real life all the time. And then I like to watch other creators, and they don't always have everything going right at every single perfect step, because they are also human. So I've been able to give myself a lot of grace. And sometimes I'd have days where I'm just a giant tornado, and I will drop things on the floor and lose pieces. And that's just who I am sometimes. Okay, so what I've got, and I'm going to switch it to this mode so y'all can see. I have some very pretty pink, kind of a dusty pink. It's very, very hard to see. Apologize for that. But you'll be able to see it on the embroidery here. So I'm going to be taking these little paws. Boop. And I'm going to take my needle up on the inside. So what you have to do first, I like to lay them out and decide which is left paw, which is right paw, because even though they're cut from the same piece and the pattern doesn't, well, it has a slight curve to it. It has a slight bit of like, I'm this way. You'll want to decide while they're flat which way is which, and then you'll grab one and go up through the inside. So if this is a sock, I'm inside the sock right now. And then you come up at a point, take your needle through, pull it through. Now, I like to do one little locking stitch before I get to my embroidery, and all that fancy talk means I just take a tiny little shallow stitch, and then I do my French knot. Don't know if it's proper, it's just how I do things. Okay, so I've got a little stitch, and now I'm going to do my French knot, which a French knot, you take your embroidery, you take your thread, you wind your thread, and kind of pull it back towards the needle in your, it's a little tricky to demonstrate, and then you put your needle right back in. Now, because this is a sock, you have to make sure you're not stabbing through like the other side. Let me get where I'm a little bit more able to demonstrate. So bring it around town, bring it down, and then just kind of subcutaneously go back in and under. And then I like to come up where I'm going to do the other knot. So you're tying a fancy knot and leaving it on the surface, traveling subcutaneously and going somewhere else. So you'll pull that all and then hope that your French knot worked out. Hooray! And you have a toe bean. It's a bean. We did it. We made a bean. Hooray! And then you'll do it again. So wrap it around, bring it down close. Oops. Wrap it around, bring it down close. Travel subcutaneously right under the skin, and bring it over. And then once you do 3 magnificent little adorable beans, you're done. That's it. That's all it needs. And that's kind of what I love about little rustic, simple, cute, folksy projects, is they just need a bit. Like 3 little beans makes such a difference. Like, ooh, high five. Such a difference. So gonna do that again. Boop, boop. And on the last one, I like to, because what's cool about a French knot is it's a knot, so it technically is finished, but what I like to do is bring my needle, wrap it around, bring it down, And then I like to just kind of travel out of the paw sock thing. Again, just right under the fabric layer. You're not stitching through the back. Make sure you don't stitch through the back. Bring it out. And that can be a little tricky. Not gonna lie. You just kind of have to do it by feel. You can feel when the needle kind of grips the fabric. And then bring it out. And then I like to leave a long tail inside there so that when I stitch over this, my thread just gets caught. And it works. So now, if you are making these for small children, you may want to do your embroidery first before you sew your paws together and really knot it down so there's absolutely no choking hazards. It is thread. You need to know your audience. If you're making it for small children or any human that may put it in their mouth, anytime you're doing embroidery details, sewn on buttons, anything like that, you do need to make sure it is safe and secure, because we don't want any choking hazards. These I tend to make for kind of display only, but display and mild play. Like when I play with Little Sprout, we're hopping them about in the garden or in the dollhouse. We're not putting them in our mouths. And we also know that, like, kind of if they fall apart, we can fix them. Obviously, if you are making these on your own, know whomst you are giving them to, and or let people know that they are for display only, or stitch them up so that they're nice and safe. Like when I was doing that binding on that baby quilt for the friend of ours, the dinosaur sea life quilt, like that one, we made sure that there were like knots every like inch in the binding, and it was very, very, very secure. When I'm making more like art dolls, I'm gonna say I'm not as worried about it because I like to think that my stuff is good quality. It's just when I know for sure it's going to a human that will put it in their mouth, the stakes change a little. So hopefully that makes sense. And again, that's humans of any age, because sometimes it's nice to chew on a quilt. Okay, so we have 3 beans. 3 beans. So those are the beans on the little black paws. Now we're going to do the exact same thing on the khaki paws. So, same thing again. Going up through the paw. And you could use little, hi, how's it going? You could use little beads for the toe beans as well. Little seed beads would be very cute. Again, just, know your audience, know who it's going for, and be safe. Make good choices. Hello, P51. How is it going? Oops, pulled that right through. See that locking stitch that I was talking about when you do your very first one? Especially like on a thicker fabric like this. You'd think the thread wouldn't pull through, but it's not as tightly woven as the cotton. So it likes to, pull right through. That's okay. We'll just do the locking stitch. And I don't know if that's the technical term for that. It just kind of feels like what I'm doing. And that's me just taking a tiny stitch before I do my embroidery. If there is a technical term for that and anybody knows, I'd love to hear it. Like I said, I'm here to teach, but I'm also here to learn. So again, we're just going to take the tiniest little stitch before I do my French knot, just so that knot doesn't keep pulling through, because it's frustrating. Okay, so with that, take our needle, wrap it around, and travel subcutaneously under that skin to the next location, and pull. And I like 3 for my toe beans. It just feels balanced. It feels folksy and cute. I don't know. Obviously, put as many beans. Be accurate. Be cartoony. Do the amount of beans that makes your heart happy. If you need more beans, have more beans. Okay, and then again, that last one, we just traveled on out. So we get beans. And then you can high five the camera. And carry on. Leaving that tail. And we have one more. So we'll have done a grand total of 12 beans. Ha, ha, ha. And then we're going to embroider the face, which we'll be doing something very similar in technique, where we go up inside our little fabric tubes and do the embroidery from the inside. Again, if you are uncomfortable or these pieces are too small, you can do the embroidery while it's flat before you sew them together. Just keep in mind that, like for me, I have a hard time getting it centered but if you know, it's not impossible, and most people do it while it's flat. Like, especially if you were going to use like an embroidery machine, like a digitized embroidery machine, you'd have to have your pieces flat. So maybe this is a me issue, and I just love to overcomplicate things. But, you know, do it when it's flat if that is what works for you. Again, I love, especially when you're making up your own pattern, there's absolutely no rules other than have fun. Try and make something cool. All right, again, knot and travel. Make a bean, take a bean, leave a bean, take a bean, and travel. And you'll really get into the swing of things, and then guess what? You'll have done all your beans and it'll be over. So it happened to anybody else where it takes as long as the project is just to kind of get into the swing of it, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm an expert, who's got more beans? And then it's like, nah, you did them all. Not just me. Please, universe, provide me with more opportunities to sow the beans. Alright. And I goofed on one, so I'm going to do one more. Lucky number 13 beans. And then we exit. Please exit the tube. Now if you had a really long needle, this would be even easier. This would just come out without catching. Alright, so pull. No, it looped. Alright, give me a second. This one made a small loop, and that's no bueno, so let me untie it. The irony of I'm doing embroidered knots. I want fancy knots, just not an unfancy. Like, what is that nonsense? Can't even see that. It tied a knot in my knot. How dare. How dare. So we're going to untie that. And continue. I was doing so well. It's okay. So obviously, if that happens, if you get knots where you don't want knots, just try again. There we go. Okay. So there we have. Let me gather these all up. Little kitty paws. Little tiny kitty paws. So there's a set, and that's a set. There we go. Alright, so while I have this embroidery thread out, what we're going to do is do the faces. So I'm looking just at my pattern, and I like to do like a little triangle nose and this little kitty mouth. But this is where obviously it's up to interpretation and personal style, and you can do whatever you'd like, which is really cool actually. So I'm going to again tie a knot. We're going to go in through the neck hole this time. So this is my cat face. Again, like with the paws, you want to decide which way you want it facing. I like the little twisty ear to the right. Just seems charming that way. So I'm going to go in through the neck hole. Kind of fish my way through there. And I'm going to start with the nose. So about halfway through the face, I'm going to come out. And you'll just kind of get a feel for it. And you can take a pencil or a chalk marking pen if you desire and draw a face out if you don't feel comfortable like freehanding. But I'm kind of just team, we're doing this. So I'm just gonna embroider a little nose. So I'm just gonna do a series of parallel stitches that slowly decrease into a nose shape. So you can just kind of start to see. I know it's a little hard on camera. Start to see that it just makes a little nose. And then for the mouth, I just like to travel under the skin and then come back in a straight line and then do the same thing. Kind of keeping them vaguely parallel on the points. And that'll do it for the mouth. And then I'll bring my thread down and I'll tie a knot in the neck, just so it doesn't get in the way. But ta-da, look, little kitty face. There's some fuzz all over this. Corduroy is very fuzzy, but you can see the little cat face. And it's just a simple, sweet little embroidery. I find that works best, just personally for my style on these, keeping it simple, keeping it sweet. I like that these look kind of mildly historical, you know, like maybe they were on a homesteader's thing. I like that they have little cottagecore vibes. It's a little kitty cat. So there is my khaki one with its little paws. And I like to play around with their arms and be like, which one's the left? And then let's do the face on the little black kitten. So again, tie a knot. And then we're going to do that again. So kind of decide what side, which way it's going to face, going through the neck hole. And this is much thinner fabric on the black. I'm using a cotton on the black, and I was using a corduroy. And you can also, what's fun is you can do a French knot for the nose. Sometimes I find, especially like with very, very high contrast, that doing smaller face details stand out better. So I'm going to do a French, or I think this might actually be a colonial knot, or bullion stitch. There's a lot of really cool stitches out there. Learn what works best for you. And then a little tiny mouth. Little tiny. Like I said, these kind of have their own personalities, and I like to let them try and show through. So I'm just going to focus for a second and do the little face. Again, I'm just traveling under the fabric to do the little embroidery details. Now, try not to stab yourself. Sometimes it happens. And then pull through. So there you see I have a little tiny face. Little cute cat face. And then I'm bringing it to the neck. I'll tie it off. And then that'll just get caught in the next seam that we do. But this one I am tying off because faces tend to get played with a little bit more. You know, just people running their fingers over them. And I want to make sure that it stays. So there we go. Little kitty face, little kitty face. Very cute. And they're pretty little. Like, all in all, these dolls end up being about 6 inches tall. Kind of action figure sized. They work really well for little adventures. So, alright. So now what we're going to do is these kittens are clothed. And that works really well because what we're going to do is just use whatever we want for their clothing to just be their body. We don't need to, like, make their body and then dress them. We're just going to use whatever I want their torso to be is just going to be clothing fabric, if that makes sense. So I'm not going to take like the corduroy and make a body and then make a shirt on top of it. Now you can, obviously, if you would like a doll that is able to be dressed repeatedly, you know, you would make it out of all the fur color and then go from there. But I'm going to just make their torsos out of their dress fabric. Now, the style that I'm doing right now, I kind of call it potato style. Very scientific. This is the finished doll. They don't have legs. What instead, I make a long potato type body. They can stand on a not hand surface with their little skirts, but I find that this way they can sit as well and the legs don't get in the way. You can, of course, make legs, and if you wanted one to have trousers, or you wanted to add additional details and have them have a tail, like, it's just kind of a, like I said, I made this pattern up, so there's no right and wrong answer, and please, if you like the pattern, I will put it on my website. I'm going to do it this time, which is catherineeverything.com. I will put up the pattern for free to download, so y'all can follow along, but feel free to make changes to it. If you want to add legs, if you would like to make, like, I'd like to make a set that has legs so I can make little trousers and little suspenders. I'm not, you know, trying to say they can only be in skirts, and or definitely not putting any sort of gender on these. I just happen to like the kind of country dress aesthetic while I was working on these. A lot of these have been made from scraps of clothes that I've made for myself or my daughter. And, you know, I'm out here trying to live my best prairie core life. So that's the long and short of it. It's nothing more complicated than that. So I have an accent. Goodness. I'm just going to make, and again, this is very scientific here, we're going to make a potato. So it is a rounded rectangle that then almost becomes an oval. And you're going to need 2 of those. It is this shape. Potato. And what we're going to do is on the machine. No, actually, we're going to sew these. I'm thinking about it. Okay, so let me switch to a bigger. When you are sewing a plush, you still need to have this turn inside out, but you need to be able to make sure that you're catching all of these bits inside. So there are 2 ways to do this. One of them is to take these, I'll do it one at a time. Say these are our right sides together. Then you put your sandwich on the inside. So like that would be the head. So it's in peekaboo so that when you stitch, and I'll put in a pin to represent stitch lines. When you stitch it across here, if you were to turn this whole thing inside or right sides out, it would do that, which is what we want. But we have to do that with all of the pieces. So the head and the 2 arms at the same time. So that would look like... So what I like to do is I like to lay them where I'd like them. Like just plan it out. This is one of those where it gets a little bit like, okay, brain, big brain moment here, okay, and then lay them immediately down. So that one and that one, because it's going to come down to a lot of angles, and then that one, and test it. Like there's absolutely no reason to overthink this when you can just pin it and then flex it out and be like, yeah, no, that's good. So get them all laid down. And then here's the tricky bit. If you notice, if I just sew right there, I am going to catch those ears. And I don't want that. So I'm going to have to fold this in a bit. And then kind of use its hands to hold that down. Put my sandwich on top. And then still not disturb anything. And then sew all the way around that. So that gets a little complicated. But this is a very strong way to do this because the machine is... I'm not going to say the sewing machines are always stronger than hand sewing, but there's a reason we have sewing machines. So I'm going to try it this way, and if it works out, wunderbar. If it does not, we'll do it by hand. So we're going to lay this in. I'm going to tie a knot. Now, I will still have to leave an opening so that I can turn this all the way in. So I'm going to make sure that I do that. But right now I'm just going to focus on getting not the pieces that I don't want caught in this. And words. Okay, so I'm just going to sew all the way around is what's going to happen. So it's going to get to the point too where it's going through 1, 2, 3, 4 plus layers and it's gonna yell at you, and it's okay. You just kind of keep chunking. Trust your machine to keep chunking through. And then all of a sudden you go back to just 2 layers and it's like, wow, this is easy. Okay, go almost all the way around. Tie a good knot because this is going to have a lot of strain on it. And then we're going to turn it inside out. Okay, so now we have a potato with stuff inside. One baked potato. So I'm going to believe in myself, and I'm going to cut these curves. So hopefully this worked, and it's acceptable. So curves are clipped, and now we're going to open it up like a weird surprise. So the cool thing is you can use all the bits that are in there to help pull it through. Like, I emerge, I live. Oh, it didn't catch. Okay, that's fine. So you can see that we almost did it. The head did not catch, and that's fine. It slips, but the arms did. So, like, hooray. So what I'll do is I'll shove it all back inside. I'll just open it at the neck hole and try again. Just reattach that head. We're making Frankenstein's monster here. We can do whatever we want. And that was probably when when I was going over all of those layers, the machine foot itself could have pushed it out. I might have pushed it out. It happens. And, you know, today's just going to be one of those days, too. Like, some days are good, some days are not. But we're going to keep sewing. So, I'm going to take my little scissor. And I'm just going to reopen that neck hole. And we're just going to resew this whole thing, so. But I don't need to take it all the way apart because some parts worked. I'm just going to not cut my fabric. That's the only real. Not that we can't patch it. Like, I was talking earlier about how what I like about sewing is there's nothing that's that impossible to come back from until you've cut into things, but then you can still patch it. It's just, you know, it's easier if we don't. But okay, snippity snip. Back it up, snip. Back it up, snip. And go. Okay, so now I can baked potato. Oh, right, because I made a potato. What is your guys' favorite toppings? We grew up in Scotland, and so I love a jacket potato with tuna mayonnaise. If you've not tried it, you take a baked potato, and you put cold tuna and mayonnaise, like a tuna sandwich, just plain tuna and mayonnaise with some salt. Maybe some pepper if you're feeling adventurous. And you slap that on a potato. It is interesting, but I love it. So that is what my mom, Quilting Koala, she's talking about, is a baked potato with tuna mayonnaise. And yeah, I kind of made a potato here. So maybe this is, in fact, a jacket potato with a delicious topping. I forgot my own metaphor, allegory, symbolism. So I was like, yes, why are you talking about potatoes? But nope, no, I was there. I'm part of this. Okay, so now I believe that I have reattached the head in its proper location. So we're just gonna sew that again. Doodly-doodly-doo. And snip. Try it again. Hey, Jingles, how's it going? It's interesting. Wow. All right, so you know what? Have you ever had a day where you go 2 steps forward and like 17 steps back? That's today. We did something. So I don't really do these by hand and not on the machine, but I really wanted to try this, but I have goofed up on 3 levels now because I've realized I didn't do something correctly, and that's okay. It's one of those days. What? We're going to use this as a teaching moment. Can anyone figure out what I did wrong other than the misalignment of the limbs? Let's pretend that they were attached correctly. I didn't stuff them. The head is floppy and the arms are floppy. I did not pre-stuff these, which is a problem. So I'm going to take this whole thing apart, and that's all right. We've been talking a lot today. Are we sewing, or are we having a group therapy session under the guise of sewing? You be the judge. I'm talking about how things don't always go right, and that can be very frustrating, and I know in times past that would have made me quit. But now it's just like, you know what? I have survived through much more ridiculous nonsense than things going wrong, and I'm not going to give up. So we're having a day where we're not giving up. So if you're feeling those vibes, come on in. But yeah, no, I am only 2 subs away from the Yoda's challenge, which I'm really excited about. If you are new here, because I see some names that I don't recognize in chat, which is exciting. So thank you for popping in for whatever caught your fancy. I hope that I hope it's, we like to say here that if you're here to create along with me, if you're here to learn something, if you're just here for some kind of mildly chaotic, cozy sewing vibes, I hope whatever you were looking for that you found it. But in addition to makers and crafting, and apparently crafting and therapy, because why not? Porque no las dos? Why not both? Um, right? I do definitely find that when I'm making things, I am not just making whatever physical object it is. I'm learning about myself and about a lot. So yeah, why not both? But anyway, in addition to that, in addition to impromptu therapy and crafting, I'm also a giant nerd. Like, I don't know if you can tell behind me. I nerd, and one of the sub goals I have for the channel, because I'm a newer streamer, I just started a couple months ago, and I'm trying to have some fun goals to keep y'all motivated, to keep me motivated. I like goals. It feels exciting to check something off. At 25 subs, I would like to play the 1999 Yoda's Challenge Activity Center. My brother built I call it the retro machine, a Windows 98 95 computer that I normally use for my daughter, Little Sprout, to play old vintage games from my childhood. That's a sentence that hurts a little. To play all the like delightful 90s edutainment. So like in addition to like playing normal games, I like to play those. And so I have the sub goal to set up a Yoda's Challenge and stream it because it's delightful, and I think it's a very underappreciated piece of like just Star Wars game. But it's also just delightful. The graphics are adorable. It definitely like influenced my art style like for life. Like I'll have to dig it out, but you can tell the influence in my senior animation like thesis project that comes like directly from this obscure side character in this 90s edutainment game, and I'm not even ashamed to say that. So it's a big part of like who I am, but I thought that y'all would enjoy it, so I was I thought that'd be a fun sub goal. So looking back in chat, little Ink Rabbit says, Little Sprout is wondering what you're sewing. And you too. Well, thank you for joining us. I am making more kitten dolls. This is something I just enjoy doing. There's something about working in miniature that, okay, so anytime you have an object, like for me, I don't know why this makes me so happy, but like if I have an object that's either like 10 times smaller than it should be or like 10 times bigger than it should be, my brain is like, oh, that's the good stuff. Like when you see like purses that look like they're made out of bread or like little tiny miniatures, like I have the goal, like big goal of like retiring and just being able to make miniatures all day. Like that would be cool. So anyway, I'm sewing miniatures because it's fun, and these aren't even that miniature. Like they're action figure size, so what is that, 1/6 scale, 1/12 scale, I don't know, math is good. But yeah, just making small things, small cute things, because why not? In chat, I was talking with Smiter about making a sub goal for us too. You should do it. One, it's fun. Like, and I think for me, it's also learning to like trust in my community and then take things out of my hands, because I love to do things. I also have rampant ADHD, and so I know if I like don't set these things with good goals or schedules or whatever, I don't want to burn myself out and just get too excited or like freak everybody out or just try and do everything in one day. And it's like, well, if I make it a sub goal, then it's like, well, if you guys are interested and I'm interested, I put it in your hands and we do it when the community feels it's right. Like it goes back to that, like that dance, that dialogue, to where it's like, it isn't just me here. Like, yeah, I'm the one sitting and talking, and apparently today is the day where Catherine drops everything on the floor. So if you've missed some of that riveting content, I apologize. I lost a piece too. It's gone. Like, I joke because there's only 100 square feet in here. Things shouldn't be able to get that far, but no, it is. It's vanished. The Nissa have taken it. It is in nowhere space. It is no longer with us. Rest in peace, that third paw that I made somewhere. But, like, some days, with it went my train of thought. So it is also gone. Goodbye. My phone. Shush. We're going to ignore that because I'm working. But yeah, no, like, going back to the goal thing, like, it's nice to just trust y'all, trust me, and like I said, not burn out in that overexcitement, because I know I I call it like the overexcited puppy phase, where I'm just like, I want to do the things and I want to share the things and yay, but whew, make it a goal. Let's work on it together. So no, absolutely, Jingles. I think that you should set a goal, and then it's exciting. And I find that people want to like it really is like a peek behind the curtain. Like when you, as a streamer, set a goal, you're like, hey, this is what I want to do. Like, let's do it together, instead of, oh, I've got things planned and you'll just have to trust me. And then when I feel like doing it, we'll do it. It's not, no, it's cool. It's like we're unlocking it. We're playing this game called life together, and there's an achievement we can unlock, bonus level. So, in chat, that's what I really like about streaming. It's doing stuff with other people and hanging out. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I love just being able to, make things and sometimes dork things up. Like I said, today's one of those days where, like, if I was making this video for YouTube, like as a polished cinematic video, I definitely would have stopped the camera and probably walked away for a bit and tried to come back. And we're talking like that difference between like when to know when you've been, I don't want to say beaten by a project. It's not the right word, but I think there's an important distinction in having like healthy boundaries with yourself and a project. And there's definitely days where pushing through is just the best thing to do, like not letting it beat you. Like I refuse to be beaten by a piece of fabric. And then there's definitely days where you're like, I do not deserve to have my mental health destroyed by a piece of fabric, so I am walking away. And today was one of the let's just push through, because I know that I've got a thing on my sewing machine. My automatic thread snipping tool seems to be on the fritz, and that means I might need to take my machine in for servicing. And so that stressed me out. And then I lost a piece, and I had Delta, I had my big puppy in here. All dogs are puppies, just scientific fact. She's 8. She's still a puppy. She will be a puppy until the day she passes over the Rainbow Bridge. All dogs are good puppers. But I had her in here, and I think it might have been stuck to her. Now, it was safe. It didn't have pins. It was literally just a piece of fabric, but, could have let that get me. And I think just having the community and having just the camera going and the streaming, it's like, I ain't got time to stop. It's just a piece of fluff. Let's just keep going. Which, speaking of fluff, I am stuffing. I'm going to switch back to this view. I am currently stuffing all of the paws with batting, or with polyester fiber fill batting as for quilts, so that I don't make the same mistake that I just made, which was sewing these in without being stuffed. So it's one of those days, and I hope that instead of it just being like chaos tornado vibes, which you're welcome to vibe with, sometimes I need that, it's more that like reality of, it's not just a time-lapse video where everything goes right. It's not just a polished 20-minute video where everything goes right, which I love making. And there's definitely a time and place for that, like especially if you're trying to like really learn something you don't necessarily want to see me dorking through it. But on the other hand, if you'd like a real view of what it's like, and knowing that things are gonna go wrong and I'm gonna make mistakes, like I've made these a lot and I still goof them up because I don't know, I'm a human. I feel like that's what streaming really affords, is that reality, and kind of that camaraderie of good, I'm not the only trash disaster human on this planet. In fact, we have a good time doing it, as here in chat, as Francis from Left 4 Dead once said, I'm not gonna let those gosh darn vampires beat me. I butchered the quote a little bit, but yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that. Some days you kick the computer and your foot hurts, and you just, as long as you don't overload that terminal, you just keep going. So, which I'm still geeking out about. If you were not here for my Star Wars Saturday stream, which is every Saturday we do something magnificently geeky. Right now we are playing through KOTOR. We got to my favorite part of the game, which is throughout the game you can hack into the mainframe. You can hack these you can slice into the computer, and you can use these security spikes, and you can do things. Well, sometimes when you get to a computer, it'll have the dialogue option to kick the computer, and it's hilarious. And all you get back in return is, you kick the computer, your foot hurts. And I don't know why that's the absolute most relatable thing in this game to me, but it is. And it's been a meme for in my life since 2004. So it's it's hardwired at this point. There's like nothing I can do to erase that from the brain, and y'all are stuck with it forever. And it's funny. So like the fact that I like got to play that part last night, I was like, this is the silliest thing. I'm like training to be a Jedi in this game, and it's like huge Star Wars expanded lore, but no, let's get excited about kicking a computer. Welcome to my stream. I have only played the Left 4 Dead series for like 25 minutes because I'm a giant chicken. I got like one achievement and went, that's enough, I'm good. And it was in like the multiplayer or something. I don't even remember. It's like when I like dig out my ancient Xbox card, it's like, you have one achievement for Left 4 Dead. I'm like, yeah, I do. I'm never playing that again because it's scary. Kicking computers and taking names. That's right. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. It's good stuff. So, see, throwing things on the floor. Gotta go, like, dive for it now. Still kind of half expecting every time this happens that I'm gonna find the piece I'm missing. And then I'll be like, well, cool, now I have to make another kitten doll, because I can't waste one paw that I've made. Also, every time I say paw, even though I'm saying P-A-W, we've been reading the Little House on the Prairie series, and so we got Ma and Pa and Laura and Mary and Babe Carrie, and so my brain is like, what? Paw. I'm not reading. Ink Rabbit says it's a fun game, Casey likes it. Well, Casey is braver than I am. No, it was fun, I just have anxiety, and there's scary things, so. That's cool, though. I enjoy it, but it's really best when you have 3 friends to play with. That makes sense, too. I could probably be brave with some multiplayer, but I don't know, like, Overcooked stresses me out. Is that just, like, what being an adult is like, where it's, like, these games? Like, actually, my friend, Casey, who was just mentioned in chat, she just shared this game that's, like, a simulator of being a postal worker in the 80s, and you just deliver mail in, like, perfect American suburbia, and half of me is like, that sounds like the most delightful thing ever, but then like the other part is like, oh no, it's gonna be a horror game, like House Flippers. It's gonna like secretly turn into a horror game, and I'm gonna be terrified. And now I'm like even scared of playing like super chill games because they all end up turning into horror games. Because like I was watching Markiplier play Power Wash Simulator, and there's all that weird lore about the volcano and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, shoot, this whole island's gonna be like a ghost or something. And I'm gonna be scared. And it's supposed to just be Power Wash Simulator, but no, that one didn't turn out to be a horror game like House Flippers. Little Sprout calls it House Scrapers for some reason. We were watching that. Obviously, I looked up that it was not a horror game. There is a horror level. We just did not watch that one. So, responsible nerd parenting. Okay, so I am off screen because I'm trying to focus, making cat paws. So you can see that these are about the size of my little fingers. They've got little beans on them. Throwing it on the floor. And I am putting polyester fiber fill. So that's what this is. It comes in big bags like this. And you know, this will make like 100 cats because they're tiny. I'm also going to stuff the faces. Now you may have noticed that the faces have, or the heads, I should say, have faces, but no eyeballs. That's on purpose, too. I like to wait and put the eyeballs on at the end. Again, I find that if I do it before I stuff the faces, then they kind of chameleon out. And, you know, if that's the aesthetic you're looking for, great. If that's what you want them to look like, also perfect. But I don't want to stress about things I don't have to stress out about, so I'm going to do them last. Now, when you're stuffing something like this, you want to make sure that you actually get that stuffing in the ears before you try and stuff the rest of the head, because it like won't go back. So always with the farthest away and the longest peninsulas should be stuffed first. So stuff your peninsulas and then stuff the mainland. In chat, I'm not a fan of when a game becomes like, oh, when a game seems like one thing, it becomes something scary over time. Yeah, right? It's like, no! Like, Tokidoki Literature Club. That one stressed me out. I also had to watch that one be played because I luckily was warned about the twist. And so I'm like, nah, I can't play this. I'm a chicken. And it wasn't that one wasn't that bad, but it's because of what? It was, you know, like kind of the dating sim style, so there weren't like massive creepy jump scares and I couldn't run away. But still, less stress, less mess. Yeah, I'd like to yeah. I also like I would love to have that in my life. I am a crafting tornado, and it is who I am as a person. But I'm also trying to be smart about things, like trying to fold things when I'm done, trying to put things back, because you know, there's a fine line. Like, not to not to quote Frozen, but I also have a 5-year-old daughter. But there's in Frozen Fever, in the musical line, there's a fine line between chaos and a hullabaloo, and I'd like to stay on the hullabaloo side of things and not always be in the chaos. So I am stuffing the little face, which it gets nice and pillowy and squishy, which especially with this corduroy is just delightful. So now that I have all the limbs and heads stuffed, we can proceed with the step I was trying to do. We're going out of order today. It happens. Also in chat, Ingrabbit says, we finished the Wiggler Floruga. I was talking last night in the Star Wars chat about Christmas. So again, happy, merry post-Christmasness if you celebrate. I was talking about Little Sprout and her Christmas, and she got a Lego Mario Christmas. Santa brought her the starter sets, and then the family, we coordinated to get her a lot of the expansions. And so they are having a day where they are building Mario bad guys, which is super cool. I was saying last night that I didn't fully expect the Mario Lego crossover to be as fun as it was. Like, I love Lego. We really do love Lego. But I think it's definitely one of those where, as adults, our brains absolutely crave unique experiences, where a child's brain thrives on repetition. And that's something I have to like settle down and remember from like child psychology and everything. And so something that's very like innately repetitive, and that's the gameplay, can seem really dull or boring to an adult, but it's very important to a kid. And so I had to remember that, but I also just had a genuinely good time playing with the sets. So it's like, good job. Like, I shouldn't have doubted Lego. They usually know what they're doing. And then Nintendo too. They're very protective of their IP. So with a collaboration between two like quality giants, I shouldn't have doubted it. But no, it was good. I was pleasantly surprised with how much fun the sets were. Oh, you're on your last set. That's cool. Well, and that's what's fun too, is Little Sprout. Again, my daughter, she's 5.5, and so she can build Lego. Like, obviously, what's cool is we're still like absolutely just like, we have a lot of Duplo, because like Lego and Duplo, they last forever. And it was like all of the Duplo that I had as a child is still in perfect condition, and so like she inherited my sets, and then like we got her sets, and she's got buckets of Duplo, and like that still definitely has that playability. Like, we're not worried that, oh, she's 5, she has to move on to the little bricks, because the big bricks afford just the capability of building, I don't know, a castle big enough for like you to sit in, or a castle big enough for the cat. Obviously what's fun about switching to the little Lego is that like it's more manual dexterity, and the sets are more complicated, and there's like actual instructions. So it's been fun about like watching her transition from Duplo to Lego. And like what's cool about the Mario stuff is she's interested in building them. But, and this is again the adult kid brain, like adults, we build Lego to build Lego. If we then zoom around the spaceship, you know, we can. We're adults, we can do whatever we want. But like the main, you know, if you had to put it on one category, we build Lego to build Lego, whereas like kids build Lego to play with Lego. And so like she wasn't as into having to build every single part. So we did a lot of the building as the adults, and then she did the play, which was fun because I'm like, yay, I get to build like Toad's house. Like, there's a Toadette Lego. And so like, to, yes, my obscure character loving little kid, I was very thrilled. But yeah, so that was really fun. And then it was also cool that like we got to build and she got to play. But it's cool to see her build with the actual Lego. Because it's just like, oh wow, she's got like big kid manual dexterity, and that's cool. It's really cool, and also hard for like mama reasons to be like, oh no, my baby, she can build Lego all by herself. My little girl's all grown up and saving China, you know, big feels. Right? Like Duplo, like, I hate it when people rush their kids from Duplo to Lego too quickly, because Duplo's still fun as a grown-up because the bricks are just bigger. So you can build a wall, you can build a big house. And yeah, Little Sprout loves Slime Rancher, the video game, and so we have some of the plushies that was it FanForge made, and so she'll build like ranches out of the Duplo to fit the plushies are about this big, and it's so cute. She makes little slime habitats. But yeah, just it's fun to be able to do both. Appreciate the Lego when you need the small details, but not rush from the Duplo because I want to play Lego now, but all my sets went to my niece and nephew, says Jingles, which is really sweet. That's like major uncle points. But yeah, one day you'll buy your old sets again, right? Like, it's fun. It's hard too, because like I was definitely like a Star Wars Lego fan. I mean, I still am. There's just so many, and I can't collect them all. It's too much. Like, even if I was some weird eccentric billionaire and could afford them all, it's more like just the space. It's a lot. How do I display them all? How do I love them all? So now I just pick and choose a couple. Like, the like that Ahsoka set, the Duel on Mandalore set. Like, I got that for Christmas, but it's like, oh yeah, I had to get my girl Ahsoka kind of thing. But now I can't do every set, even if I could afford them all. It's too much. So, but yeah, no, Lego's fun. Lego's really fun. All right, I'm gonna get smart about this. I'm trying to overthink and also talk and also read chat. I'll do the line in chat and then go back to Lego. Have I seen the game Papers, Please? It's such a game that represents adulthood a little too well. Yeah, Papers, Please, I would love to play. Except, like, just watching it stresses me out because it just it reminds me of all the, like, clerical work I've done, and I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna, like, it's so stressful. But I also love it because it's, like, categorically, like, everything just is in order, and it's everything my life isn't right now, which is also just, like, such a weird adult thing. Like, that's why I want to play Unpacking. It just came out for Switch, or is it? I think it's out for Switch. It's definitely out for PC. It's on Steam, I know that. But it's a game where you literally unpack. And that cracks me up. Oh, did that just work? Sorry. Too many things going on at once. It's a game where you, like, literally just unpack. And that shouldn't be as satisfying as it is. But it's also, like, I don't know, I'm someone who's, like, in between situations right now and a bit of a chaos demon myself, and so it's like, oh, can you imagine if I was just unpacked and everything was just, like, in order? Like, what an adult fantasy. So yeah, Papers, Please is kind of in that same category where it's like, can you just imagine if I, like, did my job and, like, things worked out and everything made sense? Yeah, I know, machine. I got you, baby. Okay, give me 2 seconds. My auto cutter is broken. And I'm sad. And it worked once, and then it went away again. But yeah, coming back to Lego. While I, like, mourn my equipment here, and pretend my life's in order. Inkrabbit says, I love buying my niece's Lego. Took one niece to her first trip to the Lego store. Jingle says, I used to have Anakin's pod and a Qui-Gon figure. I should start there. You should start there. It was cool because I had the original set of that one. I loved Padme's hair, even though it always fell off the minifig. It frustrated the heck out of me, but it's cool. That was a good set. And then they redid it, and it was beautiful. Like, that's the cool thing about Star Wars is Star Wars and Lego have been together for so long that, like Darth Maul's ship has, 4 iterations in Lego, which is a little overkill, but also, like, it's cool to just see them, like, grow up together. Jingles also said, Inkrabbit says, got a niece the Tank with Ahsoka set and her sister the Raya set, Raya and the Last Dragon. That was a cool set too. Jingles says, my sister and her boyfriend have quite the Lego collection in their place, and I'm quite jelly. Right? Mood. Inkrabbit says, I bought the updated Pod Racer set, but parts were used to make a Star Trek Voyager ship. Yes. So I spent too much of my childhood being bullied, and so some of these things hurt, but it's like, man, I, like, used to get picked on by, like, the Trekkies, which I'm like, wow, dude, like, did you not realize we're the same, just different? And so, like, my childhood, I only knew stuff about Star Trek to, like, prove how Star Wars was better, and it's like, nah, man, until until Voyager, and then Captain Catherine Janeway. She is amazing. And I was like, you know what? Space is big enough for all of us, man. And Star Trek is cool. But yes, Incredible built me a freestyle Star Trek Voyager ship, and it's cool, and you can't have your pieces back. Jingle says they recently got Kylo's transport ship, and it looks so cool. Oh, I bet that's a cool Lego set. Incredible says my first collector set was the Ecto 1 and the Daily Bugle. They did the Darth Maul like 3 to 4 times. Yeah, no, it's okay. I know there's a chat delay. It's cool. I also knew you could back me up, because I talk about that ship a lot. There's some cool sets out there, like really cool. And the Mario sets are no exception. Those are much neater than I expected them. They're a fun scale. So like, not to just get completely distracted. We're going to get completely distracted. I love Lego. I love Lego as a company. Everything they stand for is great. It's just nice to know that there's like companies out there where you're like, thank you for being wholesome. They try things. It doesn't always work, but they pick themselves up. They dust themselves off. They are always pushing themselves to be better. They have impeccable quality standards. Like, they care, and I love that. The also, like, iconically, like graphic design wise, there's something about the Lego brick and the Lego minifig that's just chef's kiss. Now, as a human with like weird brain things, sometimes I get upset at Lego because their scale is wrong. Because the minifigs are only an inch and a quarter, inch and a half high, maybe 2 inches. They're under 2 inches. They cannot have a scale fork and a scale chicken and a scale apple. And so there's a certain charm to the mismatched scale of Lego accessories, like the crystal fries and that kind of stuff, the tools. So it's hard for me because I like the perfectness of how Lego builds, and I love the graphic design and everything. However, like, as far as like toys and like role play go, like that's where like Playmobil will always win in my mind, because Playmobil has a true scale. The forks are to scale, the animals are to scale, but of course they are fundamentally different toys. Lego, of course, is the block construction with the added benefit of role play, and Playmobil is like pure like dollhouse role play. And so like they can't not, it's not quite apples and oranges, but like if we're comparing fruit here, so that's sometimes hard for me with Lego, like because the scale isn't always right. And I'm not like, it's hard because like it's hard for me to judge it because it's not like I'm like perfectly exacting and everything in my life is in a magical 1/12 scale and I have room to talk. That said, I do realize that my brain likes to hyperfocus on scale and scale within environments. So like the big thing that I do collect as far as Lego are the Winter Village sets, like the Santa's Workshops, and the like. It was one of those where I knew I was going to eventually fall into the I want to be like that house with the cute Winter Village, but I'm still a giant nerd, and so Lego was like, I got you, girl. And so I'm very, very happy to have a good collection, and like it's become a really fun tradition, and I get one of the sets every year, and it's a big deal to me. And luckily, because those are mostly facades and then the people interact, it's not like I move around and play with them, so the scale thing is fine. But like especially like when I'm playing with Little Sprout and we're doing things like in the dollhouse or with Playmobil, and we're actually like setting tiny tables and stuff, like that's something that I can't get from Lego. But like again, the scale does work better with the going into chat. Yes, that was what was interesting about the mini doll, the Friends style minifigs, where they're like 2.5 inches tall instead of the 2 inches of the minifig. Now, I iconically and graphically don't like the mini doll as much as the minifig. There's something just so design-wise that's perfect about the minifig, which is why I also love to collect just the minifigs, like the little blind bags. But the scale works better. But it's still just one of those where if I'm looking for just a pure dose of like miniature scale, like true to scale, I'm not going to go to Lego. But for building, for just cool licensed properties, for like, there's a lot obviously like that Lego just does perfectly. And like we're talking like, okay, now the company's got a 93% rating in my brain because the scale takes it down. Like, I'm nitpicking and I realize that. But it's also one of those fun things. It's like, nerds get it. Like, nerds get it. It's like Pathfinder and 5th edition D&D, right? Right? Like, they are both fruit, but one is still an apple, one's an orange, but they still, like, we can still appreciate the differences, you know? Um, right, Pathfinder's much more about the numbers and D&D is much more about roleplay, so you choose which one you want, you know? I like to be a little bit more ridiculous with a side of math versus the main course of math and a little bit of, you know, theater. So yeah, no, most of the time I play D&D. Little Sprout loves the trains. Okay, Lego does trains really well. And I'm not sure entirely what it is, but I've noticed that a lot of people with neurodivergent brains, we love trains. And so just, yeah, I am on board that train. But no, my winter village has a train, and it's freaking cool. And so yeah, no, that's one of those things that Lego just incorporates really well are the motors, the perfect scale of, like, you know, that each stud connects to everything. Like, they are just manufacturing and engineering geniuses. And so, like, hands down, just good job, Lego. But yeah, no, Ink Rabbit is our DM for a couple campaigns, and the first one we used Lego figures because it's a perfect scale. And I played in that one. I had my Turtle Bard. I play a Turtle Bard. Her name is Doya, and so we used one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figures for my turtle. And it was cool. It's something that, like, was just really fun, but it was nice because it's a grid. Lego is a grid. D&D works on a grid. And then what we also did, we played it Final Fantasy style. Like, I'm just going to talk about your campaign. I was in it, Ink Rabbit, so it's cool. He was the DM. Like I said, I played a bard, a very squishy turtle bard. We had, if you're unfamiliar with, like, the Heroica line of Lego, there's, like, little what are they, microfigs? What do they call them? They look like little trophies, but they're, like, 2 studs high, 1.5 studs high, little minifigs. And so we built the terrain map and used I'm going to call them microfigs. The microfigs, and then when we had combat, we used the minifigs in kind of a Final Fantasy type, like, 1-to-1 scale combat, and then used the microfigs for the terrain map, which worked really well. Like, really, really well, actually. I miss that now. I miss D&D. It's been one of those where it's not quite this, like, you know, obviously if you've been able to make it work over Discord, you've been able to make it work with Roll20 and everything, like, massive kudos to you. I've got a lot of friends, and myself included, that have really bad internet, and, like, I'm constantly lucky that I can stream. But, you know, it didn't quite work out for, like, Roll20 and Discord, so I can't wait till we can play in person again. So I miss plus, you know, like, yes, there's voice chat, but there's something about playing a bard that just needs the social energy. I need my people in the same room to annoy them with my loot. Yeah, no, I kind of always want to play D&D. It's a problem. I think that's why KOTOR's, like, hitting so well. And I don't know why. I mean, okay, I know why the first time when I played KOTOR, I didn't fully understand the whole thing. I had not been introduced to D&D at that point. Like, just what it was. I didn't actually learn how to play D&D until university. And I'm really glad that one of my friends just forced me into it. Like, thank you, Mimi. I miss you. You were the best. She dragged me to D&D, and I was so intimidated. And we used to play at a Carl's Jr. across the street from the university. We called ourselves the Knights of Carl because we were cool. And I like, still to this day, like, just sense memory wise, like, D&D just tastes like Carl's Jr.'s, like, banana cream milkshake. I don't even know if they still make that. I, like, haven't eaten Carl's Jr. in, like, a decade because I always forget that it exists, but it just, that's what D&D tastes like to me, is a banana cream pie milkshake, because that's just what we used to do. Like, I was a broke university student and I could afford a milkshake. And then we'd stay there until, like, they kicked us out. But that's how I learned how to play D&D. And so, like, it's obviously since then been a, like, integral part of my nerd life. Now playing KOTOR again for the first time, it's like, oh, this is literally just space D&D. So, Jingle says, I didn't know D&D when we first played KOTOR, so the final battle was a struggle. Yeah, and it's, you know, like, now it makes so much sense, all of these things. But yeah, like, I don't know, I was a middle school kid when KOTOR came out, and it's like, this has an attack, like, critical hit 19 to 20 times 2, heat resistance 3, save throw, and I'm like, numbers? Star Wars? Like, I was definitely much more on the, like, Star Wars lore side of things, and I was like, but it's a lightsaber. It shouldn't have a, like, miss. It shouldn't have a save. What's a saving throw? I had no idea. Poor little naive nerd. I had no idea. And Grabbit says, like, McDonald's makes the bacon tasty. Yeah, isn't that, like, the worst? Like, you know you're an adult when... This is a probably very North American only thing. You know you're an adult in America when you have a favorite fast food item that doesn't exist anymore, and you go to order it, and the cashier goes, "I'm so sorry, I don't know what that's not a thing." And you're like, but it was. But it was. Yeah, Jingle says, going back and playing again recently, I was a much better character. Yeah, I feel the same in my, like, I'm still terrible at that game, and I don't even care, but at least I understand. And I know my own, like, character weaknesses. Like, I try and make every character way too balanced. But like I said, is that how I play games, or is it really truly a psychoanalysis on myself? Is it D&D's fault, or is this why I need therapy? You know, like, yeah. So, you know, obviously we all have things. Taco Bell needs to bring back absolutely they need to bring back the quesarito. That thing was amazing, and I'm upset. It's a personal affront. I'm glad someone else likes the quesarito because it's ridiculous, and I love it. It's my favorite thing at Taco Bell, and it's gone, and I don't know why. Hey, Tissa girl, I want to go to Joann's now and get some Christmas fabric for $2.40 a yard, right? Like, I love that energy where it's like, like, half price candy day right after Valentine's Day. Like, that's a bigger holiday in our house than Valentine's Day. But no, I love that energy. Just that, and I love that, like, at least in my brain, and, you know, you could probably be more organized and more intentful, but at least in my brain, I'm like, heck yeah, let's go get fabric, and we're totally going to get ahead for next year's gifts. And I'm still not going to be sewing on people's presents right now for next year. I'm going to do it right. Big crafter energy. I'd like to pretend like I have all of my Christmas presents done, because you'd think I would, because Christmas was yesterday. But no, my friends, we decided we weren't meeting till January. So I'm like, I have until January. And it's like, no, you don't. You should get them done. I'm like, I have until January. So I'm still working on stuff, which my machine's being a little weird, and I'm sad because I'm kind of at this, like, this is me crafting right now. Hello. If I, like, look, there's proof. There's crafts on the table. But my machine did a thing. Like, it made a scary noise. to use the absolute scientific terms, my machine went, "Meh." And now I'm scared of it. In the way that I'm scared that my, like, poor baby needs to go in the shop. And so, like, I'm at that. Maybe I'll just talk and procrastinate until I feel brave enough to call up the shop and say, hey, why? Or check out YouTube. That's probably what I'll do first. I will probably check YouTube and be like, my machine go bad noise, why? But yeah, no, I'm working on a couple catch up things, right? I'm also just good with the chatting. You know what? I'm going to fully lean into it. I'm going to change my category. I'm looking around my microphone like a true professional here. This is what's happening. I've got the weirdest setup, and I'm not even upset about it. It's just what's happening here. Just chatting. Thank you, Twitch. Yep, we're leaning full into it. So has it been declared. I could try cleaning and oiling it, says Quilting Koala. Yes, I could. I love the winky face, because you know you're right. I'll just switch back to Big Cam, too. No, it's also like, okay, so normally with these little kitten dolls, I do them by hand. I wanted to see if the machine made things easier. It did in some ways, but I know with my brain, okay, so like the perfect metaphor to describe how my brain works most of the time. Say I'm going to my friend's house for the first time, and I have directions, but there's a fork in the road, and I go right, and I should have gone left, but right wraps around, and I get there anyway. That's now the only route I know how to take, because I'll get to that same impasse the next time and go, I should go left. But my brain's like, yes, but right works, and we know that right works, so we go right. Hey, Mirror Mask, how's it going? So not to say that my brain innately overcomplicates everything that I do, but it does. But whether that is the ADHD, whether that is who I am as a person, whether it's a combination, like that's what we got. That's what we're working with. Mirror Mask says, not too bad, just trying to relax today. I totally can vibe with that. I hope if you do celebrate Christmas that your Christmas was happy and healthy, and if you've got other things going on, I hope that they are healthy and happy as well. Increbit says, sorry about the Star Wars to Mario to Lego to D&D distraction. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. One. I was the one that kept chatting, so obviously if I was capable of not being derailed, I could have choo-chooed that train a different direction. But we were talking about Lego trains, and like I said, trains are cool. Anybody else on the neurodivergent spectrum and also like trains? Because I have a theory that we all do. Trains are cool. I don't know why, they're just so dang satisfying. But what was I gonna say? So yeah, now we've leaned into the just chatting category. So welcome to my channel. I'm gonna close my machine so I can actually see my screen and just relax. Christmas was good. We were talking about Little Sprout. Again, Little Sprout's my daughter. She's 5.5, and she got some Mario Lego for Christmas. So that's been a blast. I'm finishing up some important things that need to go out. I've got some soft deadlines on things, which means I need to just make sure that I don't push it. If my machine comes back to me, sweet machine, I've got some, Christmas presents to make for friends still. But like I said, we're not meeting till January, so I have time to procrastinate. I'm checking the chat. She's not in here. One of my really good friends is a 4th grade teacher, and she is also delightfully nerdy. And so I've been amassing a collection of thematically appropriate and school appropriate face masks. So, because it's fun, but it's that fun line between what can she wear to school? Because obviously some of our fandoms wouldn't be 4th grade appropriate, but finding the ones that are and then making masks out of those is really cool. Jingle says, I wanted a train set so much growing up, but we could never afford it, so I got into nerds. So I got into the other nerd stuff instead, right? Yeah, I think we it goes back to that miniature thing, and I think it's adjacent and it's evolved where in the best way, all the people that built all the train sets with the miniatures and everything, their kids grew up to play D&D with all the miniatures, and then Lego's let's make train. It just kind of is always just slightly parallel in nerd culture, are trains and miniatures and all that kind of everything. And you redeemed hydrate. I shall. I've got water. I put it within reach this time, so I don't have to be awkward. I can be regular awkward instead of full awkward. Thank you. I'm gonna drink a couple sips of this because I have been chatting for a while, which is thrilling. I like to chat. Ingrabbit says, I will post the sets on Discord. Yeah, and the Lego Christmas Train had a road. Yeah, okay. So geeking out about Lego. The Lego Winter Village set is my one I don't know, ride or die Lego collection. Like I said, the Star Wars is super cool. I have quite a bit of it, but I can't collect it all. I want to, I can't. It's a thing. I'm at peace with that. But the Lego Winter Village set is just cool. But the train is it has the capability to be motorized, because what I respect about Lego is that it can work with hands. There's a word. I'm gonna go with analog, and it can also work digital with a motor. Not the right. Those are adjacent enough. You get it. It has the capability to have the motor added. But what was cool is the train itself was the train, the cold car, and a passenger block, and then it had an open back one that had a Christmas tree in it. And there's little presents and stuff, and it was really cute. And that would have been enough. But Lego, being the delightfully extra company and people and nerds that they are, went, what if the tree in the train had a train around it, and what if the whole thing spun? And it does. So there was a miniature train, which, if you are familiar with Lego bricks, the little tiny train on the train, the little train wheels are actually the little minifig roller skate piece. So they're oh, that's so cute. It's so cute. And then it's on a little thing, and then the whole thing spins with gears as the train goes along the track. And it's magnificent. And that's the kind of geekiness that I appreciate. They could have just stuck a Christmas tree. It could have just been a train. They could have just been it's got 2 passenger cars, it's good enough. But they're no. It's gonna spin. Um, Jingle says, okay, train set. And then Ink Rabbit says, it was a pirate ship for me. Jingle says, if I were a rich man, I would have the pirate ship and probably never, have a pirate ship and probably never use it. Ink Rabbit says, I finally got one when it came out. Luckily, I was in a good position to get it. Yeah, no, Lego is absolutely all about the details. And I think that's why I'm so harsh on them when it comes to scale. Because they had this opportunity to have things to scale, but like it almost evolved out of order. Because like if you look at the original Lego figures, they were much bigger, and so scale would have been possible, but things kind of got smaller and out of scale. Like there's little tiny things, like, you know how if you sit a minifig, like their legs and their hips are exactly 2 studs wide, but the shoulders are bigger, so you can't put them in a 2x2 like space. And I wonder if like the minifig evolved slightly right and like independently of the rest of the brick scale, and if they like, I wonder if that bothers anybody at Lego as much as it bothers me. Like, is that something that if they could go back and change it, they would make the minifig just that much bigger so that things could be in better scale, and like that's why the mini doll works better. But I digress. I think it's like, again, this comes from a very fan appreciating and very just I get it space of they're so good about all their details, and so it's like, they're so close to just absolute perfection. But you know what, nobody's perfect, so everything that they do is really well done, really thought out, really intentional. I wonder if the scale thing bothers them as much as it bothers some of us weirdos. Jingle says we could never really afford the big sets, so we always got the smaller, more affordable sets. Made me appreciate the smaller sets, though. And that's the thing, though, is like I really do like that Lego keeps. They're very grounded. Like, of course, yes, the huge sets are amazing. Like, no one's denying that. But like even the little baggy sets that you can get, like the little like $5 sets, even if it's a minifig and like an accessory, like they're still very worth playing with. They're still worthy. It's not like, oh, this is the bottom of the barrel. Like there's not the, we made this set for this store and then here's the cheap stuff. No, it's all the same quality, and they make it so that it, at its core, no matter what size set it is absolutely worth playing with, and it doesn't matter. There are no cheap pieces. There are no like where it's just fluff. It's Lego. It's Lego no matter what it is. But yeah, no, it is important. I'm reading the chat here, and we've got some really very sweet and very personal things about, just appreciating the smaller things. And of course, like, it's cool, and I think that's kind of like nerd goals, is like no matter how you were raised, I think what's cool about being a nerd, especially, not that like non-nerds can't appreciate this, but like they weren't ever just toys, if that makes sense. Like they were escapism, and they were world building, and they were the fantasies, and like they were always greater than the sum of their parts. And they're not just toys. It wasn't just about having the biggest, shiniest thing, or not being able to have the biggest, shiniest thing. These things were so much more than what they were. And so yeah, it is important to appreciate those things. And I think too, like when they are so like fundamental and formative, they're just even more extra special, And so yeah, it's good stuff. Incredible says, my dad always said they were an investment. He worked a lot, but always made time to geek out about the new pieces. Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, like, even just being able to pass down, like, my Lego to my daughter and know that they're in the exact same quality and condition, and, like, they've been through the dishwasher a gajillion times, and there's, like, you cannot tell. Like, other than, like, obviously, like, if I had a giraffe and now she has a giraffe and mine's the old mold and hers is the new mold, like, that aside, like, just the actual bricks, when they're all mixed in together, you cannot tell which ones are 30 years old and which ones are only 5. And that's incredible. And I think that's why we're like, yeah, Lego, But it's more so, like I said, that no matter how many pieces you had, like, all the pieces were the same. And that's what makes it cool. Like, you could have a little set and those pieces still play together, and just that commitment to quality, that commitment to building, is what makes Lego really important. And I think that is what makes it so so dang important to all of us that like grew up with it and had it is because it the only I mean like yeah, obviously we know now that there's financial limits in that, but like once you had a pile of bricks on the floor, big or small, like the only limit then was your imagination. And it's really cool. You know, nobody could tell, oh, you didn't have the latest greatest. It's Lego. They're all bricks. It's just meant to be played with. New pieces were always cooler than a set, big or small. It's true that we still do that. Like it's on Christmas Eve we were building the Winter Village set, as is our tradition. Although sometimes I do it right after Thanksgiving. It just happens before Christmas. I get to open that one early, and we add it to the village. And I'm a little sad because my whole village is in storage, but we had the new set, and it's still important. But like to just be able to like lean over and be like, look, look, look! I've never had this piece before. Like, yes, I'm sitting there with a beautiful set, and I'm very, very grateful for the set. But like, there is that magic and just being like, did you see this? Look, it's got two studs on the side and a thing. Like somebody made a new Lego piece. Like, and then to see how they're used. Like I think that's what's as an adult why I love the Winter Village sets so much. Not only are they adorable, not only is it something that like is a seasonal tradition, not only is it very important to me, but they're the expert level sets. And like as silly as that like denotation, that demarcation means, it's like they have really cool like people push themselves on these sets, and you can tell that the master builder that worked on these like really geeked. And I think that's my like favorite thing on this planet, like hands down. Doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter if it's my fandom or not, doesn't matter if it's something I'm into. If I can look at something and tell that the person behind that like geeked, I just want to be on that same wavelength with them and just be like, oh heck yeah, that piece is so cool. And like that, there's these Winter Village sets, and like any of the like expert level, but like it's just when they flip a piece around, or they use a piece backwards, or they put in a new piece, and it, you know, you're building this thing, you're like, what am I building? And then it clicks in and you're like, oh, that was the eave of the roof. I've never been so excited about the eave of a roof and a rafter before, but like just I want to shake your hand for making this. Like it's exciting. And yeah, okay, so Inker was saying new pieces, colors, and now the sparkling piece. So yeah, anytime a Lego brick comes out in a color that hasn't come out before, like I get more excited about that. Like, stop the presses, everybody. This piece comes in periwinkle now. Like, it's just so exciting. It's especially too like when you're familiar with the company and all the processes and how they shift the factories, and it's like it's a big deal. It's a moment that needs to be like appreciated. Like those hardworking Lego robots made it in blue now. Like it's cool. But there was a piece that was like iridescent in this last set. It was a little 1x1 cylindrical stud, so the little like soda can shaped Lego piece. And it, at first when we pulled it out, it just looked frosted, which we've had the kind of crystal transparent colors before, so to have one that was frosted was like, oh, that's new. And then it caught the light, and it actually had a shimmer, like iridescent powder in it. And it's like, okay, like obviously like if you're on this planet, like we've seen iridescent powders, we've seen plastic, but it was Lego that was shiny, and it was like, it was the coolest thing. And I like refuse to lose that like awe and wonder that like this piece came in a different color, because then they used it on a lantern, on a little winter scene, like little fence, and it was a little lantern. It was just the most charming thing ever. And it's like it's a piece of plastic that we're absolutely allowed to get emotional over. So Jingle says, I saw a video recently of a Lego expo of some kind, and the video was about a guy who built multiple Star Destroyers of different classes, and it was super cool. Yeah, there are Lego expos. I know there's the adult fan of Legos groups, and then I know that there's like a big Lego build thing. One of the Star Destroyers had a docking bay that could hold 5 TIE fighters, and I was mesmerized. I would be too. Wow. No, okay, so when Lego came out with the sets for Star Wars for Episode 1, and they had the multiple troop, the MTT, the multiple troop transport, yes, acronyms, the brown ship on the Battle of Naboo, where it came out and it had like the little battle droids that could fold out. Like, that blew my mind. Like, yeah, we know that Lego, you know, if you have slidey pieces on it, like, things can slide out. But, like, that was such a cool moment in the movie. Like, mind blown. And then Lego was able to, like, and then the little minifigs folded out. I can't even imagine, like, 5 whole TIE fighters, like just 5 entire TIE fighters inside. Yeah. Legoland did have a Star Wars display. I missed 6 words in that. No, okay, so like yeah, the MTT was cool. And then Increvit says Legoland had a Star Wars display with chess sets from the original trilogy. Yes, they did. Legoland is cool. Legoland's such an interesting theme park because, again, if you are familiar with the history of Lego, which is always just a like rabbit hole I'm willing to go down on, Legoland actually almost like was part of almost what tanked the Lego company. It's an interesting time in their period. I'm very glad that it didn't. But it's a lesson in diversification, and it's an interesting case study. Is what it is. But Legoland is cool. It's an interesting theme park because it has a weird age group to it. Like, you simultaneously need to be a very small child and or just an adult. It's interesting in the middle gap, but it's absolutely worth checking out. We're in this cool place geographically where we're close enough-ish to make it a day trip if you are okay with lots of driving, which is neat. But like in some ways I wish I lived closer just because one, San Diego's beautiful. It's different, and two, it would just be really fun. Like, I feel like as a big geek it'd be fun to like grow up with the park, like to work there and all that kind of everything, and just be able to appreciate the seasonal changes, because again, like any theme park in America, they do all the holiday everything and brick or treat, and it'd be cool to like be close enough to like appreciate the all of the changes, and not like one thing about Legoland that I really like too is that it doesn't have the weird, I don't want to say reputation because that's not the right word. You know how like Disneyland, there is this, because it's so freaking expensive, there's kind of this like weight of it being like a one-time thing, and or like you have to be like local to make it more than a one-time thing. It's got this like trip of a lifetime weight on it. Legoland is a lot more casual, and I respect that. It, you know, I really do feel like, oh yeah, they used to have Star Wars Day. So that was a really, really cool thing. Before the merger with Disney, Lego, obviously, the contracts with the Star Wars IP were different, and they used to have Star Wars Day in May at Legoland, and like they'd have a parade. There were always like 501st members there, which was cool. They'd do like a droid hunt. It just, yeah, it was really neat. Like it was really, really neat. I don't think it's happened since the Disney merger. It may have. I can't keep up with everything. My brain doesn't have the RAM for that. But yeah, I hope it gets safe again, because like, you know, it's a lot. You know, everything's scary, and then even in the best of times things are expensive, and it's a lot of stress even when things are good. And then now with the world being how it is, I'm ready for us to heal. I'm ready for it to be safe. I know we're all tired. I think that's kind of where it is too. It's scary, and I'm tired. Yeah, no, and it's so hard because yeah, I want to take my kid everywhere, like, but I want it to be safe first. So there's the ad. But no, yeah, not to not talk about my kid all the time, because I do love my kid. She's in this delightful stage where she loves all the like spooky things, and that makes me happy. Like, we were talking about Coraline the other day, and she loves Nightmare Before Christmas. And you know, I know that Disney does the whole like Nightmare Before Christmas thing right at Christmas, where they like redo or they overskin the Haunted Mansion. It's like, I'd love to take her, but it's like, it's just like, obviously, yeah, honoring her childhood and getting to do things with her is important, but it's not as important as anything compared to getting the world safe. And you know, I'm scared for everyone and worried for everyone, and I just want it to be safe again. Like, that's what's important. Everything else can wait. But you know, it's just weird too to kind of be on this hiatus and not know when to make plans for things. Like, you know. So no, and I want y'all to be safe too. I just don't want it to be like this anymore, if that makes sense. Like, you know, I think we're all tired and scared and fatigued, and I want to not be. I care about y'all, and I wish it wasn't like this huge massive safety thing. Like, yeah, words. Yeah, I want to say, Jingle says, I want to save some money and go to Galaxy's Edge and Legoland a bunch. I would also love to go to Galaxy's Edge. So you know how, like, when Galaxy's Edge first opened, I think everyone thought, oh, it's going to be so crowded, let's not go. And, like, normally it's true. No, everyone thought it was going to be crowded and didn't go, and I really regret not going, because I was like, nah, it's going to be so crowded. I'll give it a year, I'll give it 2 years, and then, whoops. Now it's going to be crowded for, like, the next 5 because everyone's going to be making up for it. I should have gone. Oh, well. Like, obviously, that wouldn't be the thing I changed if I could go back in time and change things, but just, you know. Right? And Avengers Campus. Yeah, which still, still makes me, like, when I think about the animatronics that Imahara worked on. His, like, final project was that cool flippy around Spider-Man Mabobber, and that's just still crazy too. Like, I don't know, it's just been kind of a year of, like, I don't know, life is short and scary and fragile, and do the cool geeky things while you can. But yeah, now I'm sad over a robot, which happens a lot. But yeah, you know. Yeah. That's my brain just thinking. I needed some coffee. And, oh, Jingle says, sister said that she got there at a good time, so it wasn't too crowded while her and her boyfriend were there. Yes, and Incredible says, doesn't Japan have Mario Land? They do. The Universal Studios, I believe, is where it is, has a Super Mario World. And it's freaking adorable. I have heard that they're bringing that to Florida. I don't like Florida. I'm sorry. I've got personal trauma. So I would love to go to Super Nintendo Land. Okay, if I won the lottery and, like, obviously was a responsible adult first and took care of, you know, everything, and then still had money left over, I would take Little Sprout to Super Nintendo Land. I would really love to take her, like, so I've got like a year and a half to win the lottery, is what I'm saying. I would love to take her for her Shichigo-san for her 7, but I don't know what the world's gonna be like. But, you know, that's just, like, big daydreamy. Oh, reading in chat, I read that Universal in both Orlando and Hollywood are getting Nintendo Land, which, I mean, obviously that's like printing money. I don't know why they wouldn't do it. That's cool. That's actually really, really super cool. I wonder if that'll be done soon. I mean, that's what's fun. It's like, obviously, like, when you're an adult, I think I don't mind waiting for things. So I'm like, I'm still into that. Like, that's still going to be exciting. I'll be patient. But I feel like there's this weird timeline. Like, obviously, like, I know I can't give my kid everything, and I'm not even, like, trying to pretend like that. It's more just like, oh, my kid is so into this. How cool would it be if a trip to one of the locations during this fandom period would work out? You know what I mean? Like, that's more, like, okay, if I can dream big and just be like, imagine taking her to, you know, Nintendo Land. My, like, kid that wanted, or dressed up as Toadette, and just, you know, like, that's the thing too, like, talking about cosplay and everything, it's like, I want to go take her to conventions, and, you know, obviously that's when it's safe and when we can all heal and everything, but it's like, she's into cosplay, and we were talking about this last night, when I was saying that, like, I know I can't force my kid to be into any fandom or anything, so, like, I never would. I can't, I wouldn't, she's her own person, it is what it is, but, like, obviously you hope as a nerd parent, or, like, honestly, you hope as a parent that your kid's into what you're into, but, like, I feel especially passionate as a passionate nerd that I hope that my kid would get into some of the things I'm into, and I laugh because she's not into Star Wars. Should sit up properly. There we go. She's not into. She's just, like, it's not her ride or die fandom. Like, if you had to pick one fandom, hers is not Star Wars, and that's fine with me. There's still time. No, it's fine with me. Like, hers right now is Mario, and that's interesting because, like, obviously I love the games. Like, they're fun. And, like, my little brother, he's always been into Yoshi, and so, like, we've always been kind of, like, adjacent to the Marioverse. It's always something that's kind of been around, like, since we got into games. So at least since, like, middle school and above. But it's not like I ever thought, yes, the thing we're gonna go like all in on is gonna be Mario, you know? And so, like, it's just fun. And so, yeah, the fact that there is a Mario theme park, it's like, yeah, well, of course I want to take my kid. Like, that would be amazing. Like, like going to, like, I was gonna call it Harry Potter Land. I don't even remember what it's called. At Universal Studios, like, you know, and that's still just such kind of a sore spot. But like, this is the first time going to there when that was a huge part of my childhood. It was like amazing. I would love to share that feeling. Like, to me, it doesn't even matter what fandom it is. I just want to share that feeling with her. Jingle says, do I have her watching any anime? Not yet. I still want to watch Visions with her, Star Wars Visions, and she likes the Star Wars Ewoks cartoon. I haven't gotten full, I know that's kind of dancing around the subject, and I'm thinking, what I have gotten her into, and I'm very proud of this one because I love it, and so of course anytime there's something that like I can share with her and I fully enjoy it as much, if not more, is Hilda, which I would consider anime adjacent. Like, obviously the lines are so blurred, so we're gonna go with anime adjacent because it was a graphic novel first, but as far as any like true anime, no, not yet. Well, actually, you know what? I straight up take that back. She's watching the what series in Rabbit is she watching? The which Pokemon? Because that technically counts. That is anime. I mean, like, again, all the lines are blurred, but if we're talking purely produced by, actually, you know what? I'm gonna even back up farther. Like, she loves the Studio Ghibli movies. She was Cat Bus, actually. She was Cat Bus for Halloween a couple years ago, and that was a fun costume to make, let me tell you. So I take that back. I don't know what I'm talking about. Pokemon counts, Studio Ghibli counts. So yes, technically. I think in the best way, I didn't even register those because there used to be such a, like, divide. Like, anime was Sailor Moon or Dragon Ball Z or Naruto. And now it's like, oh yeah, that's right, that counts. That counts. You know what I mean? Like, I forget that it's so much more accessible now. It's like, just, there's not this crazy, like, demarcation. Pokemon Journeys, thank you. Right? Ghibli for life. No kidding. Studio Ghibli is amazing. That would be another, like, cool thing to see, would be the Ghibli Museum there in, I forget exactly where it is in Japan. I've got a friend that went, and she brought back a kitten bus, a little enamel pin for little Sprout, because we're very into kitty bus. Again, this is what happens when you have a young nerd, starting at like the age of 2. She would watch Toto and Kitty Bus, and that was obviously My Neighbor Totoro and the Cat Bus. But I made her a Kigu costume, like one of those like onesies, and it had all the 6 arms, and so like watching my sweet like 2.5-year-old like flop around in a Cat Bus Kigu was like the best. Like, just yep, with the little toe beans, and she had the little mice headlights. It was cute. I will put photos in the Discord. So !point Discord if you are not part of my Discord already. Going back to the chat because I got distracted. Hilda's very close, right? Anime adjacent. She watched the Rocket Groot shorts, the closest you got her to Marvel. Right, so Ink Rabbit wanted her to get into Marvel. I wanted Little Sprout to get into Star Wars. So she picked Mario. It's cool, right? She's actually very, very hardcore Nintendo, loves Legend of Zelda, loves Pokemon, loves Mario, and then we're doing the, like, anime adjacent where we're doing all of that, so yeah, no, it's cool. It is really cool. And then, yeah, there's actually just better children's programming that's, like, more accessible. Like, Hilda is amazing. 4 days, everybody, till the Hilda movie comes out. Like, big old not sponsored, but I would love to talk about Hilda for days. Hilda is by Luke Pearson. It was a graphic novel that got adapted. It's on Netflix. It's amazing. Like, if you like quality programming at all that's got like supernatural elements to it, magic, Nordic mythology, and then like the most beautiful art style. It's so beautiful. It's 2 seasons right now, so you can totally get through it in 4 days. And the movie drops on December 30th. So I'm excited. Yes, you better watch the movie when it comes out because I'm gonna have a hard time not talking about it. I'm so excited. I'm sad because I'm pretty sure this is the end of the series. Just all things considered. But the fact that it got a first season, got a second season, which ended on a cliffhanger, and then we're getting the movie to wrap it up, if that's all we get, I will be a grateful nerd. It's just one of those, like, of course it's hard when you love something and you don't want to see it, like, get to the point where they have to jump the shark or any of that nonsense, but, like, you also want more, you know? We can't help but want good content when we are given good content. Oh, that's cool. You talked about Hilda on your podcast. I need to listen to your podcast. It's on my to-do list. I promise. I really do. I love nerdy people talking about good stuff. Good stuff. You read somewhere that the movie takes place between season 2 and 3, but it didn't confirm it. I will be cautiously optimistic, sir. Cautiously optimistic. Again, if all we get is 2 full seasons and a fully animated movie, like, it's more than we got from Firefly, I'll be happy. So, but obviously more is good. But yeah, no, it's been, like, the whole long story short, and I know I missed a thing. Dark Lord of the Tech said, what if Darth Plagueis locked his bedroom door? And I didn't mean to miss that, so if that is an excellent joke, I would love to hear the punchline to that. Also, rest in peace, Firefly. The, like, universal new nerd wound. That was hard to say, but everyone just knows. Everyone just knows. But yeah, no, it's been really fun to get Little Sprout into everything. There's just so much good content out there. It's so much more accessible. Like, and if generationally, like, things just become this much more accessible, I'm so excited to see, like, where it goes. And I think that goes back into our constant discussion on why it's acceptable to be a nerd and why it just is part of the culture now and you can't escape it. Everyone's a nerd. Guess what? Oh, you were asking what if, because he was killed in his sleep, what if Darth Plagueis has actually locked his bedroom door, right? You know, that's the funny thing about thinking about stories, especially knowing all sides, is like, yes, this massive thing would have been prevented. What if Anakin had just talked to Obi-Wan? What if what if my big thing is always just like, what if characters communicated? Like, what if they just told each other instead of having a massive giant anime arc about their feelings? What if they just like beating each other up, Naruto and Sasuke? What if we just talk to each other? Like, or what's funny too is like looking back at older media, like Buffy, what if they just had cell phones? Like 90% of Scooby-Doo episodes, it's like, somebody's missing. Oh no, let's go on a giant hunt to find them, instead of, I don't know, staying where we were or having a code, or of course now having technology. Nah, right? What if we just talk to each other? What if we had basic security? That's funny. Can you imagine? Then we'd have to come up with more complex stories that could beat a door lock, because that's amusing, actually. No, I know the comics do continue Firefly, and I'm not saying that okay. And obviously, again, as nerds, we're always hungry for content. And I've definitely been in my what I call desperate for content phases, especially like when you're part of an obscure fandom. Like, I'm not even gonna like pretend that I don't scour the internet constantly for any snippet of news about Good Omens season 2. I am ready. That said, I think sometimes if a series continues in a medium that it wasn't originally, it can be disruptive for a viewer. Like, I really, really liked Firefly. I enjoyed Serenity. I have not read the comics. I like comics. I'm not sure why I haven't read the comics, but it just, to me, didn't feel the same. And so my brain was like, that's slightly too far to the left for us to deal with. And that's hard, because obviously I care about these characters. It just was different, just slightly different enough. And so I'm not ungrateful for the comics. It's not like I'm going to discount them. I'm not going to be like, oh, they don't count or anything. No. They're absolutely, if it's canon, great. It just wasn't how my brain wanted to interpret that particular flavor of nerdery, you know? And, like, this is from somebody that, like with Star Wars, I will do novels, I will do audiobooks, I will do the movies, I'll do animation, I'll do comic books. It almost, video games, it almost doesn't matter, but it depends on the series, it depends on the franchise, it depends on the art style. And, you know, I'm enough of an artist to then be enough of a snob that sometimes like art style will take me out of a story. And so if it's not clicking right, it's not, it's not anything to like shame the artist. It's not anything to like say they shouldn't have told the story. The stories are obviously worth telling. I just know that my brain is like, has a hard time sometimes switching styles in one story, if that makes sense. And that's just a me. That's just a, but and Grabbit says, I actually had this conversation last night about but most of Buffy is the team splitting up to find somebody. Yep. And you know what? Hey, it worked and we liked it. So obviously it was good enough. But no, it is kind of interesting how some of these things just aren't stories anymore. And like some of the media that we just had in a generation ago, it just doesn't hit right anymore when 90% of the stories are so-and-so went missing and we got to find them. And we're like, couldn't we just call them? Couldn't we just, like, it just doesn't hit the same. It's just not a problem anymore. And obviously, like, yes, there's an appreciation in learning these things, but they're, like, not historical enough for it to be like, oh, back then. It's just, technology evolved so rapidly, especially from, like, the 90s to, like, now. Just generationally, I think that's, like, every generation has that, but I feel like especially just the technological advancements that were made just outdate some of the stuff that's not even that old, and that's crazy. Let's see. I'm like, there we go. Scooby-Doo. Like gargoyles in the comics. You know what? I did. Which one came first? I actually don't know that one. Ingram says, love gargoyles. Half the comics I start is because of the style. No, it's true. I mean, that's what's fun about all of this media, is that like we're drawn to it because it's fun looking. Like there's a reason you start somewhere, you pull something up. It is all just visual stimuli. And yeah, half of why you get into some of these things is because they look cool to you, but it's neat. Okay, so Jingle says the entire Disney animation block was much better than it had any right to be. Agree. Absolutely agree. And rewatching the shows on Disney Plus has reminded me how good some of those shows actually were. Right. Like, and then Dark Lord of the Text says, Star Wars is the opposite of obscure, but I care about the obscure parts of the Star Wars universe. I appreciate that too. And I think that's what's really neat. Like, this is what's fun about being a nerd, right? Okay, so like you have these fandoms, and you can be a part of a giant fandom like Star Wars. You can be part of a really obscure fandom. And then inside that, like inside these fandoms, there's then like, okay, like I'm going to be about Star Wars and I'm only going to care about the Skywalkers. I'm going to be in Star Wars and I'm only going to, do obscure things. I'm going to learn what every species is in every home planet. I'm going to like only write in Arabash and it's just going to be a thing. Like I love it, and it's cool because there is so much to know. And like also just like as a content creator, like can you imagine having an idea for something, being able to make it into just a thing? Like, okay, we had A New Hope. Like that would have been cool enough. Like just like from my point of view, if I ever got big enough to make one big piece of something that came from my brain, I'm not saying I would stop, but like that would be so much. And then to be like, hey, people like that, let's keep going. To then look at it like, how many years later, 40 plus years later, and know that there are people out there that probably know more about Star Wars, that do know more about Star Wars than Lucas himself. It just casually, because it has grown so much. Like that is absolutely mind-blowing. And it really goes back to that thing I love so much about humans, is that we like to geek. We like to obviously survive. And then once we survive, we like to make things pretty. And then we like to make things like fantastical and like invent things that aren't even part of our day-to-day to make our day-to-day better. And that is so cool. So cool. Let's see. The show came first, Gargoyles, and then the comic continues. All right, cool. I've talked about how much of a chicken I am. Gargoyles was too scary for me when it came out. No lie. Too scary. So I didn't watch it until I was, I don't know, like 28. Started it, then got like personally upset by one of the characters, and I let it drop. I was so upset. I was betrayed, and I need to get back into it. But that's how you know that you care, is when you have such like passionate responses about fictional media. I was so hurt. I'm not going to spoil what happened just in case like y'all are new to it. In case you haven't watched this thing from the 90s that I have Christopher Columbus and then got upset about. But yeah, you know, it's cool. It's cool. Okay, so yeah. Oh, see, Ingrabbit already called me out. This is what happens when I'm behind in the chat. Ingrabbit says, "Tried to get her to watch Gargoyles, then she got sad." I got more than sad, sir. Betrayal. Okay, where am I? Where am I? Okay, oh, Dark Lord Tech says, does anyone here know what the Sith species, the Rakata and the Qua are? I'll leave that one to the group. I'm gonna keep reading too. Also, Ingrabbit says, like, how much Dave Filoni. Yes, like how much Filoni knows. Oh my gosh, like talk about the best fanfic author on the planet. Dave Filoni knows what's up. From what I'm reading, Jingle says, from what I'm reading, I believe that the comics came out quite a bit after the show ended. And that's kind of interesting too when that happens. Where it's just like, hey, this thing was cool and it was popular and then it ended. What if we waited 20 years and then brought it back? I bet the nerds will like that. Then they're not wrong. Yeah, the sense of betrayal is strong. I used to just like get kind of not embarrassed, but like I used to feel kind of silly about how like much I cared about some of this stuff, and then it's like, you know what? Nah, man. Like I cry during almost every movie. Okay, not even ashamed anymore. We used to like pull it. We used to like call it pulling a Katie when I like cried through a movie. I'm like, thanks, friends. I'm sorry, I have an emotion. But like, nah, I'm gonna right. Who hurt me? Who hurt me? It's like, that's what this media is for. Like, it's so many of these complex and beautiful feelings. It's almost therapy in itself to watch character arcs and character development. And I like, there's been fictional characters that I'm like, you beautiful being, you know, like you've gone through trauma, and I think that's what nerds attach themselves to, is these, hey, thanks for the follow. That's what nerds attach themselves to, are these characters that are going through things. Yeah, it's got a fantasy skin on it, but we know what that feels like. We know that's like, think about the archetypes that are so prevalent in nerd media, and that's why we love these. You know, it's something for us to attach ourselves to, but it's because we know that these feelings are real, you know, like, we're not just masochists getting curb stomped by fictional characters' feelings. We're there because we care. We are there because we, you know, like, these are the people and these are the characters that like feel the things that we felt, you know? Hey, Moot Ball, how does it feel? How does what feel? It feels great to have you here. It feels great to talk about being a nerd. I can answer that one. And Lucas says he hasn't read most of the Star Wars Expanded Universe. I also don't blame him. Like, that's a lot. Can you, like, but that's the thing, like, can you imagine, like, in the smallest, like, not even, like, just in the smallest tiny essence, I have a tiny self-published series of children's books, and I have characters that I've poured my soul into, and, like, I can't even imagine, like, what if they got to the point where they become almost sentient and people know more about them than I do, you know? And I was raised by like character animators at university that told me, like, it doesn't matter, like, one of the things that sticks with me, they're like, it doesn't matter if pie exists in your universe, like the dessert, you need to know so much about your character that you know what flavor they would want to eat. And it's like, I don't know that much about anything. Like, I'm not ignorant, I'm not dumb. I've gone through a lot, like, personally, to where I am very much rediscovering a lot of who I am. Like, hi, I'm Catherine. I use she, they pronouns. I'm 30, and life is crazy, and sometimes you don't level up and actually get to put all your, like, feats and classes and skills into things until you hit a certain level. And so, like, I'm finding out who I am. And so, like, to know that there are people that know more about these characters that came from someone else's soul than I, like, knew about myself, like, that's... I don't even have words for that. I really don't, but it's cool. Like, not to just minimize it with, like, my limited vocab here, but, like, I couldn't imagine being George Lucas other than I would hope that I hope he's proud. Like, I hope that he geeks out about the fact that there are people that know more about his stuff than he knows, because that means it's grown. I mean, even we were just talking about the 501st the other day, how they're obviously the super cool charity group now, and they do really cool stuff, but they like started, and at their core they're like a costuming battalion that like preserves the like costuming work that goes into the Star Wars universe. And it's like just the fact that that exists, and the fact that there were that many people behind the scenes that developed down to the last stitch on these things that just came from one story that came from humankind is it's cool, really cool. Mootball says, I mean, how does it feel to be a light source of the universe? How does it feel to be the sun? What a great energy you have. And now I'm going to cry. We have a lot of big nerd feels here. We are building a web of nerds that analyze everything and kind of do a group therapy, and we get passionate about everything from Lego to Star Wars to the little tiny stitches that somebody put in on a costume, and now I want to replicate, because to be connected through a thread, literally, to these things that have come out of the massive evolution of humankind is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And I'm missing all the chat because we're having one discussion over here, and we're having a great nerd discussion over here. And I see Teen Titans, and I'm excited about that. Is that why we're so sad now that Teen Titans ended with Beast Boy finding Terra? Yeah, it is why we're fine. Because these characters, we care about these characters. They're not just drawings. These are real people. And, like, also how cool is it? Like, we talked about recommending books is like recommending a part of your soul. Like, even if you didn't write the book, you read something, it connected on a way that you're like, oh, hey, I care about you now, and I need you to feel the way I feel about this thing. And so we can be emotionally curb stomped together. And it makes it real. Jingle says, I didn't know about the Teen Titans until the show came out. Ink Rabbit says, I follow cartoons and dive into the comics. When I was little, couldn't really afford comics. Jingle says, same for me. Sometimes I still can't afford comics. No, it's expensive to be a nerd. Why do we care about these things? No, it's cool. Ink Rabbit says, now everything is digital. I've been reading comics a lot. Darth Vader comic. He revisits what happened to Padme. I've seen bits. I think just... even you'd think that I would be more into comics. I am an illustrator, and it's a very good medium to do these things. I think for me, because I didn't grow up with them, and this again is just a me, I grew up with just novels, and so like the Star Wars novels were my jam. Sometimes with comics, I think I personally still internally have a pacing issue, where I feel like I need to read it once for the story and then go back and appreciate the art. And because I have to take it in 2 passes, there's a disconnect. I need to learn how to slow down. Whereas like with a novel, you're getting the descriptive scenery and the emotion at the same time as the dialogue. And with comics, you aren't. So that could be a me, could be an ADHD, could be a this problem. But for me, I still have a bit of a disconnect, and so I don't cry over comic books the same way I can over a good novel, if that makes sense. If that's the delineation between how sad can Catherine get about media, a graph. Like, Ink Rabbit says, I think comics help me connect to the lore faster. I like looking at the different styles, so I get the art versus story. And no, that's true too. I mean, like, it is... Obviously, they're very different art forms. There is something in having to have it all drawn out and have these things established in a comic that, like, in a novel, you can gloss over the, oh, you don't need to know that. Yes, it's in the background, but we didn't have to literally draw it out. You'll have to unravel those clues. Whereas with the more graphic mediums, cartoons, anime, comics, all that, it has to be there as visually. And so, like, it's a different type of storytelling, and it is fascinating. And see, you also go read first, then go back and look at the pretty pictures. And that's, obviously, I can't invalidate that, as that's what I do as well. I just think I'm not absorbing it all. But I know different people's brains work differently. Like Ink Rabbit, for example. I know him IRL. We co-parent together. I know his brain. And he can read things in different orders and then put it back in a puzzle. I don't like to do that. I'm very if it's supposed to be a journey with a character, I want it as the author intended. I want it in that specific order. I don't want to know things out of order. It's about taking it all as the journey. And he's like, nah, as long as I know all the pieces, it's the same thing. again, that's different brains, and that's what makes us so fascinatingly human, and that's why we can have so many different nerd medias and just have these stories that affect us in these ways, is because everyone's brain tells it a little differently, and that's cool. Jingles says, I feel the same way about manga. Most anime has a bunch of filler that slows down the story, but not in the original manga for the most part. And that's absolutely true too, which, like, of course anime fillers are their own cheese in a separate category, and sometimes you want terrible cheese. But nah, like, obviously you gotta wait for the mangaka to catch up, and that's so much work. And then, like, the whole animation studio can, bust out through the anime faster than, like, normally the one singular mangaka can, and it's a lot of work. Like, that's a lot of pressure too. Like, can you imagine being, like, writing these stories and everyone's like, hurry up, and you're like, I try it, it's just me. Good old art pressure. Good old art pressure. Ingrabbit says, I have to go back and revisit how they get to the end of the journey. That's right. And that everyone takes it a different way too. And no one is the right answer, no one is the wrong answer. For me, this goes back to the, am I a nerd or do I need therapy? I like to be there with the character and not know how it works out, and take each emotional weight and, like, strike as it and have it feel fatal. I think that's what's hard about, say, like, Star Wars, for example, because we did 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Like, when Yoda's in the fight with Palpatine in episode 3, the stakes aren't there for me. I know it's going to be fine. There is no fatal blow. And so, not to say I wasn't invested, because that fight was still really freaking cool. But it wasn't, like, imagine if you had never seen those movies at all and you watch them in the order, there would be a lot more stakes. And so, like, I think that's kind of, in a way, how, like, different people's brains works, is, like, if you know that they're safe, it takes me out of the fight. But other people are like, that's fine, like, let's just watch this fight because it's cool. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, what's the, like, what are the stakes? It can just be a cool fight for the sake of a cool fight. And I'm not saying that's not right, it's just, I like to be emotionally devastated, apparently. Why is that my thing? Jingle says the Japanese manga industry is nuts, and the work ethic and competitive nature. It is. And it's hard, because even if you can study and understand a culture, it is hard being from a different culture, and comparing and contrasting. But yes, the absolute pressure and just, working to the point of it being fatal is hard. It's hard to watch, because obviously, like, you want content from your favorite content creators, but you don't want it to be what kills them. Like, that's not cool. But I understand culturally that there's a lot going on behind that. It's not one singular thing. It's a very cultural thing, and here in North America we have a lot of our own problems. So it's not a judgment, it is a statement. Ingrabbit says, but at the same time, I love taking that journey with other viewers, like watching the last Spider-Man with people, and the cheering and the crying and the gasping. I think that's yeah, and that's what people feel about Solo. The Han Solo movie is, there's no stakes. Catherine be like, cut my life into pieces. It's true though. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. No, right. Am I a nerd, or do I need therapy? I want the stakes. It's what makes it exciting. But then on the other hand, I am a giant devourer of slice of life genre stuff, and there's not to say there's no stakes, but the stakes are different. So it's like, I don't know, it's the emotional journey I want to feel. But no, they're going back to the Spider-Man thing with absolutely no spoilers. I know it's been about a week, but I don't feel like tagging this with spoilers this time. But Spider-Man, there's something about being in a theater, there's something about cinema, there's something so delightful, to quote Ron Howard again, about how a movie can make you laugh, cry, or sit on the edge of your seat. Like, there's that cinematic, there's that feeling, especially again in North American cinema. I might not love it all the time. I think American audiences are handled with kid gloves, and most of our movies end with too happy, too neat, too happily ever after, and we this is why my whole discussion on like kids deserve lore is so we don't grow up to be adults that can't handle a sad ending. But that aside, something that American cinema does really well is the whole laugh, cry, and sit on the edge of your seat, that like Universal Studios feeling. And so like the superhero movies are very, very indicative of that American cinema. Because like worst case they end on a cliffhanger, but you know it's gonna be fine. But that's kind of what's nice about them is it's like it's a flavor. If you're going in expecting chocolate ice cream and you get decently good chocolate ice cream, you're not mad that you got chocolate ice cream, you know? But it's fun. It's fun. The cinema should and could be fun. I think that's why I do appreciate cinema from other countries, though, is they don't pull their punches as much, and a movie can be sad. Like, can we talk about Grave of the Fireflies? Like, a good gravy, it doesn't all have to wrap up perfectly. And I do like when the stories don't pull punches as much. It doesn't make for easy viewing. It's not like I'm gonna be like, yeah, let's watch that every day. There's only so much you can like take before it hurts, but you just got to know what you're in for, you know. And so yes, going into Spider-Man, I knew that it was gonna be a laugh, cry, and sit on the edge of my seat, and I enjoyed that. It was fun. Like my no spoiler review of the Spider-Man would be, it was fun. It was fun. It was fun. It was fun. Jingle says, it was really a special experience watching Spider-Man in the theaters. It was funny hearing some children talking about the film. I bet. And that's the thing, too, is it was, again, no spoilers. The movie was very aware of what it was. And so it had some good moments because it knew what it was. It knew what it was. It knew what we wanted. It being the sentient movie, apparently. The directors. There we go. Yeah, Inkravit says, before the negativity, that was the good thing about Joss Whedon. That's another thing, too, that we talk a lot about is the whole, like, death of the author thing. Can you separate an author truly from their works? And why do our favorite like, it's one of those, like, you either, like, die the hero or live long enough to become the villain. Why does that happen with our favorite content creators? Why? Why? Yeah. Why? J.K. Rowling, I'm especially looking at you. Not that her works were perfect, and obviously that is one of the things where, you know, we need more worldviews, we need more representation, we need people to speak up about these things, because I think when you live in a bubble, you don't realize these things until somebody points it out. And it's hard because it's not just like J.K. Rowling's recent comments. You look back and the books are very, very steeped in racism and classism, and there's a lot going on that, you know, I think for the most part, people didn't understand, you know, because they live in a little bit more of a bubble, and that's something obviously we need to break. And it's one of those where we can only break that by being better and talking about it and hearing other people's stories. What's hard is when it, like with J.K. Rowling, is that she just keeps digging herself a hole, and that's hard because, like, I loved Harry Potter. I loved the fantastical elements about it. Not so much that I'm gonna like align myself with that and be like, nah, it's fine that it's racist. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. And that's not the point. I think what was neat about Harry Potter is that it kind of unified the world around a story, and like it was neat to see something from the fantasy genre, something from a nerd genre become a worldwide phenomenon. And I think in a lot of ways we kind of ignored some of the things because it was just good to see nerdy things be cool. And so we had our own baggage that stopped us from seeing all the problems. And I'm not saying that's right, and it's not an excuse, but I think that's, like, if I was to deconstruct the history looking back, I think that's kind of where a lot of it came into play. And it's hard because we can do better, and we should do better. And I think a lot of us are mourning that, even though it wasn't maybe the best piece of work to be unified around, we still can mourn the unification, if that makes sense. And it's just hard to know that she's still just out there making terrible comments, and I can't be behind it anymore. And so it's like, she's never going to get any more of my money, but it doesn't take away the joy of, like, reading the book as a family when it first came out. It doesn't take away the, like, meeting a stranger at a con and being like, what house are you in? Now we're best friends. It can't take away that, but it's still complicated because it's like, why can't we just have something that actually, like, doesn't suck like this? Yeah, Joss Whedon, it's just, yeah. we could talk about Ender's Game too. That Ender's Game to me represents an absolute tragedy in timing. An absolute just a master not being appreciated. So if you are unfamiliar, and this is going to be spoilers for a piece of media that's like 50 years old, more than that, old at this point. I'm going to jump in with what Jingle said before I get sidetracked. Jingle says, this is a reminder to myself that no one is perfect and not to put people on a pedestal. And it's absolutely right. And I think it's one of those where we do, as a culture, need to just calm down and respect that people are going to make mistakes, but then also really just be more discerning when they've had their, like, one honest mistake. If they keep making a pattern, being like, okay, you're like, stop. And then learning how to separate. And it is hard. How do you separate the creation from its creator? You can't. You can't. Because they wrote it as who they are. And this could be completely different. And when you're talking about Ender's Game. Who wrote Ender's Game? Card? I should know this. I hear my sci-fi and dystopic literature professor sobbing. But this is one of those where we don't have... Or it was Card. Okay, Orson Scott Card. I was right. I got this. We definitely don't gatekeep in here. So if you know things and you cannot remember a fact or a name or a species or a planet or an author, it does not make you less of a nerd. I know I don't have the RAM to keep track of everything, but I will get there eventually. And you know what? That's what the internet is for. So... yes, Orson Scott Card wrote Ender's Game. And I might have missed the controversy on that one. If there was card drama. What I think of, and I'll do my sidetrack while you get back in chat, what I think of with Scott Card is just the tragedy of storytelling when I think of Ender's Game. So obviously Ender's Game was published in... when? I'm looking it up. See? Don't have to have RAM. You can just... 1985. I thought it was older than that. All right, so we're going to do some spoilers. So a tag for Ender's Game spoilers. It was also a, 2013 film? So it's been a while. I'm going to declare this safe game. Obviously, Ender's Game is a classic sci-fi novel. It's very good in the way that it was different. And, like, I love science fiction and dystopic literature, so I could geek for a while. The novel, obviously, is about the fact that they used brilliant children to play a game and defeat aliens. And the giant twist, obviously, is that it wasn't a game. It was real. They were really committing genocide. And that was absolutely, like, earth-shaking. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hydrate and get the name, because I've got two different menus open, so I want to properly appreciate Push and Hide. Thank you so much for the follow. This is what happens when I'm running too many tabs in my brain and literally on screen. So thank you so much for the follow, Push and Hide, and thank you for redeeming Hydrate. Let me click the redeem thing. I know how to use Twitch. Complete. There we go. Thank you so much. I'm going to do that. Thank you. So with Ender's Game, Orson Scott Card did not want it to be made into a film. And I, as a content creator, I understand that. I think that some people, like, if you've got a story that you care about passionately and it's your creation and you don't want to see it become a certain medium, that is your discretion as a creator. Of course, I'm pretty sure he, like, died and then the family was like, let's make it a movie. So when they made it in a movie, I will also stretch. Thank you for redeeming that, Incrabit. Ow. Too much. When they made it into a movie in 2013, like so many years later from 1985, it bombed. Because, guess what? When that novel came out, that twist that it wasn't a game was revolutionary. But it's been done so many times that the movie bombed because people are like, really, this trope again? And it's like, no, you don't understand. He invented that trope. But it was just such a timing issue. And it's like, that's why you don't always make things into films later. That's why it doesn't always work. You've got a moment in time, and if it's done too late or too out of sequence, it just doesn't hit right. And so that's always kind of like one of those where it's like, like, lesson learned. He didn't want it to film. Don't always do it for the cash grab. And guess what? It didn't work because people were so used to that trope. And now I'm reading in chat, the main thing with Card is that he is very vocally anti-LGBTQA. No! Why? Do people suck? Now I'm mad. I hate to be like I'm not surprised, but that's just, ugh, that's gross. Like, not cool. Obviously, in this space, we are very, very pro LGBTQIA+. So, Card can get out of here with his nonsense. You know what? Maybe he deserved to have his movie bombed. Ugh, that just sucks. Why are people gross? Like, don't hate people. We're all human. We are all different. We all have beautiful stories to tell. Like, don't hate people. It's stupid. I get mad. No. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Okay, going back to Boom Comics does, created by Joss Whedon, and I'm like, you don't need that. You bought the rights. F him. Tell me more about Firefly. Tell me the right. Just put him in the back and be like, you know what? Yes, original creator created by him, but we're doing it better now, right? Now, and you know what? I don't doubt it. And it's hard because I'm sure people have it was a different time argument, but no, nah. Being a kind human is timeless. So just be a kind human. Yeah, and that goes back to that, can you ever separate the creator from the creation? And that's what's hard about, a lot of it, especially in like more fringe genres, it's people put their thoughts and make monsters, and that's why we have a lot of queer-coded villains, and that's why we have a lot of these things, is because people have gross prejudices, and it's hard because the story itself might be really clever and creative, but like if it's born out of hate, is it, you know? Yep. Well, I hope that all the media that you're in, like, here's the nerd toast. May all the media that you consume be created by people who aren't garbage people. And may it also have good feels, even if they, like, destroy you on the inside. Prejudices are hard to change, and it is a tricky one. I think that's also what is great about a lot of the newer, not that this hasn't happened before, but a lot of the newer medium. Like, I really like Steven Universe, for example. Just watching, like, I'm sad that it was still censored in certain countries, and I'm like, it is 2020 something, like, come on. And but it was really good to see just positive representation, and to have, like, non-binary characters, and to have, they're space gems. Like, they don't need our silly earthly preconceptions of gender. Like, it's neat. It's rare coffee can up here, right? Nah, but no, I agree with what Jingle says. He says, I feel like we can start the change over time. And it's true. And that's why, like, talking about it, and I think I get so impassioned about this, not only as a, like, card-carrying member of the Alphabet Mafia myself, but, like, just, I have a kid, and I have a kid that's already pushed, like, just preconceived notions, and I'm so proud of her. So proud of her. She's the reason I came out, and it's amazing. And, like, it just, things are changing, and it's great. It's absolutely great, and I'm happy to see that in the media that is out that things are getting better, and it's just not in the best way. It's not a big deal. You can just have characters that are just characters, and it doesn't have to be like, oh, here's the gay one. It's like, nah, man, we just got characters, and that's very happy. Like, that makes me very happy, and like, I'm trying to do what I can as a teacher, like, as a parent. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm an author. I have a series of children's books, and all of my characters use they them pronouns. They're non-binary, and that was partially for the, like, positive representation and just to force people in a little bit of my conservative community to use they them pronouns. But it was also just to avoid, like, heavy and unnecessary gender bias. I've got characters that have big feelings, and it was just a really good way to just erase that. It's like, you can't have gender biases if we don't have gender, and, or, right, like, it's small steps, and one of these things won't change the world, but if everyone just starts thinking a little bit differently, it will. And like I said, I had a focus group before I published the book, and so many people fought me on, like, they can't be singular, they is plural, and I'm like, if it's good enough for Shakespeare, it's good enough for you. But more importantly, it's better for these kids. It's better for me. It's better for, I use she, they pronouns. Like, it's a thing. It's always been a thing, and it will always be a thing. And so I'm gonna make sure that I respect that it's a thing, but I'm gonna make you use them, you know, in like the best ways, because then it's just exposure. Because it goes back to that like J.K. Rowling thing and living in a bubble. If you don't know that it's problematic because you don't know outside of your bubble and you cannot see from another perspective to see and why it would be problematic, you're not going to see it as problematic. And so like if you are always reading in one vein and you don't experience anything outside of that, even if you are not an ill-intentioned person, you are still blind to these other things, you know? And you just can't know if you don't know. And it's not that ignorance is an excuse. I'm absolutely not saying that. It's more just I realize it as a like systematic problem, is that even good intentioned good people aren't exposed. And so it was like, if I can do my one little part, you know, like I can sneak in as a, you know, straight seeming, cis seeming white girl and then be like, ha, just kidding, like, ha, it's queer and now you've read it. Like, that's one little part that I can do, you know. It's like, ha, fell for my disguise. But Jingle says, I'm glad to see it's getting better. So many more kid shows and movies have been introducing LGBT characters and with little to no pushback, and it is neat. And like the people that do pushback, like, we're like, fine, just no, gross. It's not the majority. And dude is my gender neutral term. Yeah, we're from California. Like, dude is just neutral here. I try to be careful. I know I say you guys a lot, and I don't intend it with any gender, so please let me know if that bothers anybody. I use dude and guys just because Californian, like, dude. But I love Captain. Yes, Captain is the best frickin'. That one's a little hard because, like, raised military brat, and I'm like, that's a rank. But I also, like, there's something just, especially, like, we go back to Firefly, just the way that, like, Kaylee is like, hey, Captain. You know, it's just, like, little nerd sound bites that you can just hear when you read them. And as they said on Good Burger, says Jingles, I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, because we're all dudes. We're all dudes. It's true. So, but I do absolutely do want to let people know that if my verbal tick of using dudes and guys bothers anybody, I will do my best. I promise. But yeah, I say guys and dudes because California, dude. But we're all learning, and I think that's the thing, and I want everyone to feel like they can speak up. So let me know. Let me know. Because I want everyone to be safe here. Like I say, the bus's doors are open to everyone, and you're always welcome on board the buses. I do want this to be a safe space. That's important to me. No problem, dude, right? I really want this to be a safe space because kind of goes back to the are we nerds or do we need therapy? It goes back to the when you make things you are revealing your soul. It goes into the like everything that we're doing here as this little web community is very vulnerable. So I definitely want it to feel safe because this is a safe space. It really doesn't matter what we're doing. It's intimate. It's revealing in the soul bearing like, yeah, we can joke, oh, like, we're just talking about nerd stuff. And no, we're really, truly revealing these very inner demons and traumas and baggage. And it's a lot. Like, and I want you guys to feel safe. See, I did it again, guys. I want you beautiful everythings, my beautiful humans to feel safe. I really do. I really do. Because it's one of my, like, goals, too, to be the person I needed when I was younger. And it's like, I'm very happy to like be here and be alive and like kind of live long enough to become the like elder nerd queer that I want to be and then be the quest giver for the next generation, you know? Like, I'm gonna live in my tree house and hand out swords and say, go fight the good fight, you know? There's your random coffee can there for you, Ink Rabbit. It's the silliest thing. Because I just got really emotional and it was really heavy. My brain is like, talk about something happy. And it's not that this isn't important. And I absolutely do want to give that the space. I also know that just, it can be a lot and I don't want to get too heavy with it. Although, again, you're always welcome to message me, !Discord. You can whisper to me if you ever need help. You know, all that. I just also want to keep the balance for myself too, because if, like, it's important to talk about the stuff, I also just don't want to get too down in it. So I was just laughing at my silly coffee cans, because we all have things that we hyperfixate on. Like, welcome to ADHD, and I like routine in some ways, but I'm also a chaos tornado in others. And so like when I find something that works for me, I like to grab onto it because it's like, hey, that thing didn't like it worked. It worked. And so like I like to drink these silly little coffee cans because I'm lactose intolerant, but the milk in this is cooked, and so it works for me, and it's just the right amount, and I don't overdose on caffeine and all that kind of stuff. But like they pretty much stopped making these, as in like I can't get them on Amazon and I can't get them, and so like Ink Rabbit found like 20 of them at a store, and so I'm rationing them. But I'm happy that I have one today, so it feels extra good that like I'm here in the space with you guys. We've got the nerd web going, we've got the whole like discussion, and then I got like a thing that works, and everything just kind of feels good. And I know it's not one singular thing, it's just, I know especially for neurodivergency, sometimes, you know, my sweater can be too loud texture wise, and like the work can be overwhelming, and life can be just like so many things can happen to where just I'm not comfortable. And so I just wanted to appreciate a moment where things were just working. It like it wasn't. It's everything is working, and that feels nice. It's you know, it's good to have things fall into place. Fall into place and have all the little pieces come together. And I'm also happy to see in the chat that like everyone's a learning experience. Everyone has a learning experience. And yeah, we've got generational stuff we've got to take care of. We've got personal stuff. Like I said with the Harry Potter thing, I think a lot of us were so blind to the wrongs because we had our own emotional baggage to carry first. And again, it doesn't make it right, but we also need to, I think just there's a personal responsibility of, okay, I deserve therapy and taking care of myself and unpacking this so then I can go into the next fight without making that same mistake, without worrying about taking my own baggage on the battlefield again. And so I think we're all just trying, you know? And it's a community thing, and I think that was one of the things I saw that I really liked, especially just in rallying the community during the Black Lives Matter protests. There was a very nerdy infographic that went around that's like, we don't all have to be fighters. Some of us can be bards, some of us can be wizards, some of us can be paladins, and it broke down like social support and how to do things as different classes. And I think that's something that obviously, one, all of the like human rights issues need to continue because that's not solved, not over, and Black lives absolutely do matter, and we need to continue just fighting these good human rights campaigns things, but also just realizing that we can't all, one person cannot change everything by themselves. And so having it broken down into those like social support groups where it was like, you don't have to be on the front lines all the time, you don't have to be a fighter, you can be a bard, you can be sharing things, you can be correcting people at parties, like, hey, don't make racist jokes, don't do that, we don't do it, it's not cool. You can be a wizard, you can donate, you can, like, there's so many different ways to affect change that I don't want people to be like, oh man, I like Harry Potter still, am I a bad person? It's not that like no one's here saying no one can enjoy things. It's more just like, be cautious and aware of what you're doing. Still have, it doesn't ever take away the joy, the camaraderie, the like community that we built with these fandoms. It's just like, when we move forward, when we all rally around the next thing, make sure that everyone's included, you know? That's all we're doing, is we're all just learning. And just do better, lift up other stories in the meantime, you know, for every Harry Potter thing that you enjoyed, go find something that's done by a BIPOC creator, by, like, just, all we're doing is lifting, and I'm not here to, like, say anyone is, not trying hard enough or not doing enough. I'm just saying, like, we can do what we can do at the time we can do, and it's not a sprint, but a marathon. And so even just talking about it, and I know it gets heavy, I do understand that, but, we're doing what we can, and as long as people continue to change, I guess is the ending point. As long as we continue to change and be aware and try. One of the things I like to say is, I am not perfect, and I will make mistakes, but it is my goal in life to not make the same mistakes that I've already made, that my parents have already made, that my grandparents have already made, because we can learn from those. I'm going to make mistakes. I will make mistakes. That is what being human is. But I cannot keep making the same mistakes, because then, especially if they hurt other people, You just can't keep making those same mistakes. That's the long and short of it. But yeah, I appreciate y'all being here for that. And like I said, just wanted to be a safe space where we can nerd and where we can talk about these things, because they're absolute real issues. Like, from everything to like being bullied for being a nerd as a kid, to having to like be okay with it being cool, to the stuff that happens inside the nerd community that happens with these creators, the whole death of the author thing. Like, it's all very relevant, and it speaks of a lot of social issues. Like I said, nobody should exist in a bubble, and that becomes a problem when we do. But like, a lot of these stories feel so real, and these traumas feel so real, and these characters' journeys and stuff feel so real because we felt those things. Yeah, always growing and trying to be better. Here to that. So thank you for being here for this. Yeah. And Ingrabbit says, happy subject change if it gets too heavy. I think it's more of a, I think we get it, and we're gonna go out there and fight the good fight now. We've learned. But no, Little Sprout. All right, good talk, everybody. Little Sprout made a cake last night for Christmas, and it was a spider. And I think that's just, it kind of segues to where every generation just learns differently and targets things and grows better, and it's just, I'm absolutely enamored, like watching my daughter and my nibblings, my nieces, their siblings, so nibblings, grow and see, like, there's even like, you know, the issues that like Gen Z is tackling, and like I don't even know what Little Sprout's generation is called because she's 5, but like what the things that we're gonna continue to tackle and evolve and get better and get better and get better, but also like how delightfully unapologetically weird these kids are, and it just makes me so happy to see their like nerd flags flying already. And I'm like, I'm over here like, woo, I didn't do that till college, and you're not afraid. And in a lot of ways it's because we have built up safe spaces to be like, even just nerdery, you know, which we can use as an allegory and symbolism for a lot of other things. But like, we've talked about this before, where like I feel like what's so emboldening and empowering about being a nerd is like, you learn how to talk about something, so like Star Wars, wear it on your sleeve and then like defend it, and so that when you like hit a real world issue, you kind of already know what it's like to do that research and get ready to fight that good fight. And so like nerdery in a lot of ways, like we're all big geeks, we're all big academics, we're all big nerds, like it is practice for like defending these things. And I'm sad that it was built out of a like need to defend it. I don't like living my life on the defensive, but that comes from a lot of trauma of being bullied, of being taken advantage of being abused, of being gaslit, of being hurt. I've got a lot of trauma. But like, that's one of the things that like being a nerd has helped me with, is it's like, oh, thank you. According to the internet, Sprout is part of Generation Alpha. That's cool. Thank you. You know, but like, there were characters in these stories that went through the same stuff. There was a reason to like lose yourself in this fantasy world, to learn everything about it so you could control it and be the champion for it. And that plays into real world skills. And yeah, I'm sad that it, like I said, was born out of a need to defend because there was always an attack. But I think that kind of protective thing has grown up with like millennials, and so when we see like younger nerds, we want them to be safe in these spaces. And I think that's why, like, as much as it still hurts that was a thing that we were hurt for, like, it's cool to see that like conventions are like just a thing now. Everyone knows what Comic-Con is. You know, like we've got people doing charity costumes and going to children's hospitals dressed in these characters that we would have loved. Like, we want these characters because these were the characters that we felt so strongly about, and we know now as adults that if we like embody these characters, we can help these kids, and like we realize the value of these stories and these characters, and so we're like fast tracking it. And so like, it's amazing to me that Little Sprout like can already wear her like nerd flags and her nerdness on her sleeve, and it's not an issue. And I think part of me is still scared that like someone's gonna make fun of her, but then I'm like, you know what, I'm realizing that if people are gonna be jerks, they're gonna be a jerk about whatever. It doesn't matter. She's not gonna get teased because she's into Pokemon. She's gonna get teased because someone else is going through something, or is a terrible person, or needs help, and they're just gonna find something. It's not the nerdery. It definitely was an easy target, I think, back before. But like, is also just giving her immediately like these heroes and these characters and these things to be a part of. And like she's already part of communities that like I didn't know existed. And then we've got the internet and we've got like, okay, she's playing an MMO already. She's 5.5 and she's got an MMO that she's part of with her friends. It's called Prodigy. It's a math game. It's beautiful edutainment gamification. Just beautiful. She's playing an MMO. She's 5. Like that cracks me up and is amazing at the same time. But like things are different, and I'm very, very happy that they are. And yes, absolutely, and grab it, the saying, be the person that 12-year-old you needed. That is my life goal. That is like it's also just, it's being the person that I needed. It's being the person that I would have wanted to be, like to be strong about, like for my friends. Like I hated feeling that I wasn't secure enough in myself, that I couldn't even stand up for myself, never mind my friends at times. I don't want to be like that. I want to have a safe place. I want to empower and embolden myself and others. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday with like Star Wars Saturday. I was talking about like the 501st and charity cosplay, and like I want to make a difference, and it's one of those where it's like the two worlds are colliding again. The nerd doesn't exist as just this like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a nerd. It's like, oh, I'm a nerd and how can I help? It's not a side thing anymore. And it's like to realize fully that you can make a difference doing the things that you want to do and be this geek. And it's like, I really do. I want to dress up as a Jedi, and I want to go help children's hospitals, and I want to go do cool things for kids, because that would have been such a thing. Like, little Katie, like I talk about myself in past tenses, calling myself Katie because it just is my childhood name. I'm Catherine now, but like little Katie dressed up as like construction paper Yoda, and like if I had known that there were going to be grown adults, and like I'm not saying that cosplay didn't exist in the 90s, because like there's amazing cosplayers that go back, but like it wasn't in the zeitgeist the way it is now. But like if I had known that there were going to be adults that not only made cool costumes but like could make a difference with that, it would have absolutely blown my mind. And it's like, you know, I think of the things that I like didn't know that were going to be possible, and I wish I had known. But it's also like I'm just happy to be like any part of it, adjacent or otherwise, and I want to put my hat back in that ring. Like, I'm not saying I gave up on cosplay, but like I think I thought I got everything I needed from it. And this is kind of just like the discussion where like I am still very, very shy. This is hard for me. Live streaming is very, very hard for me. I'm growing into it, and I'm happy. It's one of those where you gotta, growth happens at the edge of the comfort zone, right? And really the reason it's working out is because y'all are amazing, and there's this balance that we can do. It's terrifying. It's I don't want to use the word for performance, because that makes it seem like I'm being fake, and I hate that. It's more that being on camera is different than just, you know, just chat and stuff. I'm trying to mentally not compartmentalize and just chill. But it reminds me a lot of like the early days, and I'm talking like 2006, like early days of cosplay really, 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 really being a like thing that everyone was aware of, even if it was just kind of bloop, bloop, bloop on the bell curve. I just did that off camera. There we go. So it's like, if this is cosplay entering the zeitgeist, we're talking like meh here, right? It was amazing. It was everything I needed. It was the ability to embody the characters from the stories that I loved so much and identified with, and then become them. And it's hard because now, as a grown adult who's going to therapy, I realize that I have worn a lot of masks in my life. A lot of masks. Like, it got to the point where the masks that I wore were so heavy that it threatened to destroy me. And I'm much better at taking some of those masks off and talking very, very freely about being neurodivergent, about being queer, about being who I am, is something I didn't think I'd ever like really truly just be this open about. And it's great. But like even back before then, like way back before I even knew the masks were on, like I knew so little about myself that I didn't even like know there were labels for things, and I just, so like, back when like I first started cosplaying, like I didn't think about it as like wearing a character's mask. I thought about it about being the character in the way that like I stepped into their costume and I gained their strengths in a lot of ways. And I'm glad that I was able to not make it a mask, because like now I know, like with trauma and identity, that I had masks that were a bad thing. And at least with cosplay, it wasn't that. It was more I stepped into their power. And so just being able to like explore different like powers, these characters that like their stories already were so like changed so much, and like were so inspiring, and so just like, you know, being the underdog. Okay, so like for a great many years I was a Rock Lee cosplayer. Oh boy. And just kind of that genius of hard work persona, and like everything that he stood for, and he lived in a magic ninja world and couldn't use the ninja magic. And now of course I'm like, you ever like look back on like, why did I like this? And then you're like, because the symbolism was freaking obvious, and now like, here, how all of your trauma aligns with the symbolism, and you couldn't connect the dots. No, at the time I could not connect the dots. Couldn't. But like, let's be kind to little Katie. It's more just like, there were a lot of things that like lined up. It's like this spandex clad, a little bit of a weirdo came in and was like, I don't know and play by the rules of the society because I can't do the things. I'm gonna do them anyway. It's just one of those where like, that did so much for my self-worth, my self-confidence, just figuring out who I was by trying on another character's skin for a bit. And so like after years of doing that, and then of course like it became really fun on the art side of things, like getting to make props. I see in chat Ingrabbit's talking about props. It was, Rock Lee is the absolute goat. Oh my gosh. But yeah, like it became a challenge for art. It's like, hey, there was something so satisfying, and I got very into the idea of taking a two-dimensional character, reinventing it in 3D, and then working with like photographers to turn it back into like that perfect 2D image. And like that was a really cool artistic journey, and making things work on camera. And it really evolved from a like, I'm this dorky high school nerd that should have probably been in theater but wasn't in theater, so here's your own improvised theater, and get to be the heroes and get to be the like outcasts that still have the like character arc, and then here's an art challenge on the side of that. And so like it kept evolving, and I kind of thought I was done, and like, not that I like stopped, it's just, you know, life happened, I got busy, I had to make some like life saving decisions, and it just, you know, there's always a lot going on. And I thought, you know, it was cool, at least I had the opportunity to do it, and maybe I got what I needed from it, you know. And I think I didn't want to dwell on things lost, because I didn't want to be sad or think that I was over it. But then like thinking about it now, and definitely making costumes for Little Sprout, I hadn't been getting the urge to like make my own costumes, but I was like doing it for her. I'm like, this is cool. Like, now I'm cosplay mom. Like, we can sew together. I can give her everything that I learned from cosplay. And now she's getting it so much earlier, and she can be obscure characters if she wants to be obscure characters, because of course my poor darling wanted to be someone obscure. We couldn't do the Party City version. We have to make it, you know? But it's and I knew this would happen. Playing KOTOR, the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I'm playing it on Star Wars Saturday for the first time since middle school. We're doing this whole, again, nerd therapy, where I'm retaking the game because I played it at a terrible time in my life. I mean, one, who had a good middle school experience, but like, I've got some real deep trauma that goes back, and some stuff that's not okay. And I let it overtake some of the nerd stuff, and I'm taking it back now. I'm taking it back, and it's important. But it also, like, the more I like watch, like, the more I'm playing the game, and the more I'm going back into it, and I'm in a much healthier place. Yay, therapy. Go, like, therapy. Therapy is important. I'm in a much healthier place, but it's also just like, you know what? There are some things that, like, no matter how much I went through, some of this like joy couldn't ever be taken. And that's incredible that these stories hold that power. But I was talking last night about how it just, I don't think I'm done with cosplay. And it's not a age thing. I mean, like, okay, I'm 30. Like, whatever. It's not a like, oh, I can't do it now because I'm a mom thing, because F that. It's not a like, yeah, I had some body confidence issues. Like, okay, first off, I'm genderqueer. I've got body dysmorphia coming out like my butt. It's one of those things where it just happens and I'm dealing with it. But I'm trying to be healthier in how I see myself, how I present. And I'm learning my own rules and what that means to me and how I'm more comfortable. And then, of course, I'm neurodivergent, so I've got sensory issues. And like I said something earlier about like my sweater being too loud, and it wasn't visually, it's just sometimes textures are a thing. I think I used enough of those as a like, oh, I don't need to dress up and go to cons. It's, no, like, yes, you do. You really do, hon. You do. Because there's more that you can do with it now. And so I think getting back into it, it's not that I had left Star Wars for a while. I think that just like I got busy. I had the first couple years of Little Sprout's life were very, very difficult, and we could talk at length about the lack of maternal health care and not even maternal, but just like, because I don't want to use gendered language, but the lack of parental support in the medical system and everything. And then she was medically fragile at birth, and it was a tough time. And so not to say like I didn't have time for Star Wars, but I didn't have time for the things that like, we were in survival mode, just pure survival mode, and like big TM survival mode. And so like now that things are getting easier because she is older, I'm more secure, things are just falling into place, it's like I can pick back up the fun again, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, yeah, I made time to enjoy things with her and for her and with her, and now it's like, you know, I joke that I call Star Wars Saturday Catherine's unapologetic nerd hour, but there's part of that that's slightly self-deprecating in the way that I like have to state that I'm not apologizing for being a nerd for time, because there's still so much of this like, you know, I don't want to say mom guilt, but like there's a lot going on. You know, there's nerd trauma that's being dug out. There's mom guilt. There's just like, I don't have enough time to do it all. Like, there's a lot. And so like, you know, it's mildly self-deprecating in the name, but it's also like a reminder to myself, like one of those like badges, like unapologetic nerd hour. And so getting back into it, I'm like, I want to do some of these things again. And it's the challenge of like making a costume again. It's the fact that like I miss that feeling, I miss the convention energy, I miss the theater of it all. But then like we talked about the 501st, we talked about charity costuming, we talked about, you know, like there's good that can be done. It's more to me than just a costume. And it's cool that there's something like just one tiny topic like cosplay has gone from being like an elevation of like these nerd characters to an artistic challenge to a like, how much more can I take it beyond? It was never just, oh, I dress up as a cartoon character. And I think a lot of cosplayers will empathize with this, but like, it's not just like, oh, can I do it for me? I want to look like this character. It's so much more than that. And I think the like grown up part of me now is like, and then I can do good with it. Like I can really make a difference. Like that, it goes beyond that. Like it goes beyond the self. It goes to the be the person you needed. It goes to the like, can I help my community? And that is really, really just pouring lighter fluid on that like desire to do things again. And that like there's that spark, and then boom, we're gonna do things. And so yeah, it's like kind of fun to think about like opening some of these hobbies back up again. And again, it's weird because it's like, it's not that I ever stopped. It's just that like I did, and I could make excuses that I don't want to anymore. And now I want to do more. I want to do things and be part of it again. And then make a bigger difference. I think a lot of us have gone through a lot of like reprioritizing in the last couple of years, especially. Like we went through some universal global trauma. It's going to happen. And for me, that meant getting back to basics. It meant slowing down. It meant making good things again, and you know, getting back to my roots. But it also means like for me, I want to do I want to do charity work. I think that was one of the things where, like, I started on YouTube, and, like, there's opportunity to do things everywhere, but I was a little bit scared of streaming, I'm not gonna lie. And but it was like the kind of what pushed me over the edge. Like, my little brother was like, okay, yes, but you can do this, and you can interact, and you can have this community. And I'm like, but I can do charity live streams. And he's like, sure, whatever, like, not to be like, whatever pushes you over the edge, but I think this is going to be good for you. Like, hooray for people that know us better than we know ourselves. But, you know, fine, if that's the push you need, you can do that. And so, like, even just kind of being a part of a charity live stream through another streamer this Christmas, because, like, you know, we're a web, but, like, I know I was so young and so new to it that I didn't have the audience this year, but I hope by next year to be able to do stuff. And they genuinely, because I'm seeing in the chat, Jingle says, do what makes you happy. I genuinely am happy helping others, and it's one of those where, like, it's also, it makes me happy to, like, the way I see it too is, like, if I'm making something that I'm impassioned about, and I can teach while I'm doing it, I can, you know, talk about it, we can talk technique, we can, like, step by step, y'all can see the journey, and then, like, at the end product, I can go out and do good things with it for, like, my community. It's more than just me, like, just making things, which is valid, absolutely valid, and we've talked about how that lays your soul bare for everyone to see, and it's very, like, intimate and important to make things. But yeah, for me, it's like, it just keeps building, and I love that there has been a natural progression. Even if my journey has been slower, there's been a natural progression in these things, and I'm feeling a deeper sense of, I don't want to say purpose, because that's such a loaded word. And your worth is absolutely not connected to your productivity. Your worth is not like, determined by how much you make, how much you do. And so I don't want to say purpose, but the English language is failing me. But it's more just like that I feel like there is a progression in all of this. Going to chat, Jingle says, I haven't been artistic for a while, and part of that came from some stuff that happened last year. I've slowly been trying to make a place to draw again. It's been a slow process for me, but therapy has helped me out a lot too. And that I'm really, really proud of. I'm really proud of you for that. And therapy is hard because we have a weird stigma here in America. Like, if someone breaks a bone, we go see a doctor. If somebody hurts your brain, you should absolutely go see a therapist. You know, like, physical things aside, like, big hurt, big trauma, little trauma, it doesn't matter. Like, I love the fact that things are shifting. One of the things I was immediately brought into, just brain-wise, was I love that, like, this generation of content creators, like, okay, I'm thinking of the Distractable podcast, that's Mark, Bob, and Wade, so, like, Markiplier and all them, they are sponsored a lot by BetterHelp, and I, like, when they're genuinely talking about it, and they're like, hey, if you have big stuff going on, please go see a therapist, but it doesn't have to be life-ending stuff, it can just be stuff. I think it's such a good shift, because, like, we shouldn't wait till it gets to be everything in the world is falling down. But I think it's one of these, like, we write it out, or there's trauma and there's stigma, or there's generational stigma, or all of this, and it's hard to go get help until it's all burned to the ground. And we should get help, even if it's something little, and in no way to diminish things, just to start while it isn't all on fire. Any amount of fire is enough fire to put out the fire. Go put out the fire, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't have to wait till it's absolutely burning to the ground. So I'm really, really proud of people when they are going to therapy. And of course, I don't know how much fire you have in your life, and I hope it didn't wait till it was, like, burning to the ground. But the fact that you are going to, you know, get fire extinguishers metaphor, the extended metaphor, you are doing the right thing, and I am proud of you. Yeah, and Rabbit, I am super proud of you too. I really, really am. And Jingle says, there's very much a stigma about therapy in the States. It took a while for me to come to terms with realizing I was depressed for the first time in my life. I finally did, and I'm glad I did. And I'm glad you are too. Because depression's no joke. It's awful, and it's rough, and it's hard. Because it's not just being sad. It's life. Feels like you're drowning, and it feels like, for me, when my depression acts up, I feel stupid. And as someone with a lot of, like, weight on my intelligence, and, like, a former gifted kid here, it's hard for me to be, like, to explain to myself, to the world, why I can't do something stupidly simple. But it's the fact that I managed to get up and survive a day when you feel like you're drowning is an accomplishment in its own. And when no one around you has experienced the full depths that you've dragged yourself from, they can't understand what it takes to just be. be alive. In chat, depression sucks. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. Same. 0 out of 10. Do not. Yeah. Nope. Do not recommend. And that's, it's hard, and and then on top of that, there being a stigma. So you've got to like get outside your own head, and then there's a stigma when you're doing better for yourself. Like that's like, no, if you're doing better for yourself, you are absolutely doing the right thing, and it should be praised. It absolutely deserves praise. And it's because to get out there and to be vulnerable is hard. It is really hard. Really, really hard. Sorry, there was a shadow and I got distracted, but I'm not taking away from the fact that no, therapy is very valuable. I wish it was more accessible. I wish it was more affordable. American healthcare sucks. And I wish there wasn't a stigma on top of that, for goodness sake. So any of you, whether you're, actively chatting right now or just lurking, like if you're getting help, I'm very, very proud of you. And if you're thinking about getting help and you can get help, and you should get help because you deserve the help. And that's the thing, is it's not there's not something wrong with you. You absolutely deserve that help so that you can be better and you can be freer. And it's that's why I hate that it is politicized. I hate that there are politics against it. I hate that it's stigmatized. I hate that it's not easy. And so if you've got anything, big, small, if any amount of your life is on fire, please, if you can get the help at all, don't be on fire. Don't be on fire. I got tangled. There's also a weird light coming through, and I hate that, much like a cat, I am distracted by it. Because I also have very rampant ADHD, which I didn't get diagnosed until I was an adult. So, also, if you are struggling with any sort of, I hate to say like learning disability, because I feel like there need to be better words for these. But any sort of neurodivergency, if you are also queer in any way, if you are going through anything, like chances are, somebody here on this web's going to understand. If even a little being like, mildly adjacent to it, and you're not alone. You're absolutely not alone. And it's never too late to chase that diagnosis. Like for me, it wasn't about a label per se. And I was worried about having the label attached of, like being on the spectrum, being ADHD. But for me, it's been empowering, because it's like, it went from being, hey, in my head, the very self-deprecating, you're just stupid and broken, and why can everyone else figure this out, to being like, hey, you know what? My brain is just literally wired differently, and I can give myself the grace to figure things out in different ways. I don't have to pretend to cram myself into a box and then get upset when things don't work out. I can try alternate paths. I can do things differently, unapologetically now. So that's what like chasing the diagnosis got for me. Even though that was hard. That was really, really hard. And it took a lot to get there, and I thought I might not need it. And I'm like, I'm fine. I've lived this long. It doesn't matter. But it does. It absolutely does. And, I understand also just the fear about the label. I understand the fear about the judgment and the stigma. But at least in my experience, it was worth it. And I'd do it 1,000 times over. And now I can scream from the rooftop, you know what? I do have ADHD. I am still working with my psychotherapist to just unravel the mystery that is me, because I'm cool and I wouldn't be this way otherwise. And it's taken a lot to get here, but I would like to just be okay with myself and my damn brain and my body, and just be okay. Like I want to be human, however that means, Like, yeah, it hurts and it sucks, and I've got chronic illnesses, and it just, some days it is a lot to be human, but I just want to not feel like I am not deserving of care and labels in the way that means that professionals understand me. Like, fighting for a diagnosis has been one of the biggest things that's helped, because I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy. I am also grateful that you have state health insurance and don't have to pay out of pocket, because that's another just, yay, America. We're really, really, really bad at the whole out of pocket thing. So I'm happy for you. That's really good. And yeah, that's the thing too, is I really wish that in all the preaching of getting help, that I wish that I knew that it could be attainable and affordable. And that's another thing that kills me, is that it's a privileged thing. And I hate that, because it shouldn't be, of all the things in the world. But it's a crazy world. We're going to change it. You know, we got to change it one good fight at a time. I got to turn this heater down. I'm actually hot. Imagine that, in this bus in the middle of winter. And there's a shiny light. And I'm sorry if that's as distracting to you guys as it is to me. It's shining off my sewing machine, reflecting off my sewing machine. But yeah, shiny. So it shouldn't be a privileged thing. Yeah. Well, thank you all for, this, because I'm in a lot of ways, I'm sure a lot of this was things that you already know. I have the feeling that there's a lot of people that can empathize with all of this, and this is a fight that has been very personal and for a lot of people for a number of years, and it's not new information. Although that said, if you are in chat and you learn something new and can help along the journey, then great. That's the point. That's why we talk about this. But for y'all that identify with it and just understand and are still along this journey, I see you. That's, I see you. I really do. Jingle says in chat, friendly reminder that you're both special and deserving. Thank you for being you. Really, like I said, that kind of goes to this whole web thing of just, yeah, we're just a bunch of really cool and maybe a little bit broken humans, but that doesn't make us any less of anything. In fact, like the Japanese concept of kintsugi, where our cracks are now repaired and filled with gold when we can take the time to slow down and get the help, get the therapy, get the whatever. Now we shine brighter and we're worth fixing. So, hello, Luke. Good evening. And hi, Colton Koala. That's my mom. I love you so much, too. I know that sometimes this can get a little heavy, but I'm, again, happy to talk about it. And like I said, it would have made a difference to me and my friends to have a community like this when we were younger. So, age is but a number. So if this is, and not to make it an ageist thing, it's more just like, if you are here and chatting about this and sharing about this makes any sort of difference, then it was absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it. So, very good evening to all. I've got that mid-afternoon sun streaming through the bus, and honestly, even though it's heavy stuff, it does feel good. You can guess my age. I was about to say, if you were here for a little bit, I've been a little ranty about it, so I don't know if you've heard, but yeah, you're welcome to guess. I was about to say, I know the camera may or may not be picking up, but don't let all the gray hair fool you. I have earned those. Yeah, it's just that lovely time in the kind of mid-afternoon, early evening where it just, because although we are past the solstice, so technically the days are getting longer again. But they're still very short, and so to have the sun be going down at a slight hair past 4 o'clock where I am, still interesting. And that's another thing too. We can talk a lot about mental health, but also just, realizing that the seasons play into it, and winter is a time for rest. And I know that the darkness can be a lot, but go out there, play D&D, attack the darkness, however that means, if that means getting therapy, if that means reaching out to a friend. You are close. I am 30, so 30 and a half, so I will call it. And it's, you know what? I'm very proud of that. There's a lot that's gone on, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm happy to be level 31 in this crazy game we call life. Very happy to be here. So I cast magic missile of the darkness. Exactly. Whatever you need to call therapy, we're gonna call. Right? Therapy is magic missiles. I attack the darkness. I love memes. I love memes and therapy. There we go. Oh no, I'm not offended. In fact, the fact that you thought I was a higher level means that I am projecting an air of being closer to leveling up. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. And it's been an interesting thing too, just not to be like age is weird, but I got a 5-year-old kid. So age has been super weird. And I know that sometimes sometimes I feel it, sometimes I don't. I also, like I said, I have chronic illnesses and a lot of brain stuff going on, so sometimes I feel a heck of a lot older than that. But most days I'm just happy that I am here. And every year that I get is an excellent one to have. Like, even with all the shit that happened and has happened and trauma, it's like, you know, hey, I'm still here. Maybe I can outlive my enemies. No, I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like, just happy to be here. That's what it comes down to. So, age is very weird, and we all definitely age at different rates anyway. And that's the thing. There's definitely been some years that have felt like a decade, and there's been some that have flown by. And time is weird. The ever slipping passage of time is bizarre. Yep, outlive your enemies, right? But no, it's good to, you know, it's good to be here. So, but how are you, Luke? How I see a lot of really great names in chat. Some new, some familiar. So welcome to the web. Welcome on board the bus. If you are new here, I'll do the little intro because I just saw a bunch of names come in. My name's Catherine. I use she/they pronouns. I stream out of a school bus. Because there's just a level of nerdery that you cannot, you could never wash out around here. But as once was said on Critical Role, time is a weird soup. I like that. But yeah, we are building an excellent nerd web. So welcome to be part of it. And like I say, you're always welcome on board the bus. This is something that's been very rewarding and important to me. Is kind of this nerd therapy thing we've got going on. So. Sometimes we sew and bare our souls in stitches. Sometimes we play games and reveal our nerd baggage. And other times we just talk. So that's kind of... I love that this is just kind of evolving. I don't think anybody truly knows where they'll end up when they set foot in the wild west of the internet. But I'm ready to saddle up and keep on riding. Sometimes we're a little cowboy. It happens. It's part of it. You know, we all live very interesting and very, very different lives, and I think that's what's cool about coming together and bonding over whatever it is that we are bonding over. Because I'm just a strange little genderqueer dork who lives on a ranch, works out of a school bus. I have goats, and I love Star Wars. Oh no, I'm so optimistic. Can't take that away from me either. It's the Peter Parker thing. We talked about this right after. We talked about this right after No Way Home, and so without No Way Home, because this is a comic thing. It's in my Discord, ! Discord. We talked about how Peter had, and there's a scene where he's talking to Nick Fury, and it's in the Discord. I know it is, where Peter has every reason, every excuse, every path on the way to being a bad guy, and he isn't. He chooses good. He chooses good every time. And it's hard. It's hard to choose good every time. It's hard not to see the trauma and to see the reasoning as a reason to turn against society, to give up, to just, kind of take what you feel like you are deserved, honestly. But there's something about, even when it's hard, even when it sucks, even when it's so much work, to look at the good and still keep being the hero, even when you don't have the reason to be the hero. And so yeah, whether we're calling it optimism, whether or not we're being Peter Parker, there's something about choosing to just kind of keep looking on the good side of things. Because yeah, life sucks, but is good. There's good worth fighting for. I can think of a million quotes, kind of, whether it be the hero's redemption arc, whether it be there is light in the world, or good in the world, Mr. Frodo. There's light in the darkness if one remembers to look for it. All that I'm completely butchering all of those beloved nerd quotes. My apologies, but it kind of is the thing that bonds us at the end of the day, us good nerds, is just we know what it's like to kind of take a punch and keep on going. So, that's what we do here. And it doesn't, it doesn't detract from the trauma. It doesn't detract from the pain. You know what? If you have a tragic backstory, that's still part of you, and you can still be happy in moments and be sad in moments, and nothing invalidates that. And I think that's something that's important to remember, is that you don't have to be happy all the time. I choose to be optimistic. Part of me is like, yeah, my optimism is a spell I roll to battle the depression. So, if I have to remember at the beginning of the day to cast bardic inspiration before I start, then there we go. Whatever spells and bluffs we need, right? Like, and that's the thing too. Very pro, like, medication. If you can't cast your own spells, store-bought are fine. Like, whatever you need to flavor your brain soup in the way that your brain soup needs to be done, do it. Obviously, like, on the healthy side of things, we're talking using things responsibly, all of that. But, like, you do it. Jingle says it's something that some people, even some writers, forget, that Spider-Man always puts the needs of others over himself. Yeah. And it's tricky. Like, we can talk about good versus evil. I'm seeing stuff come up in chat, but, like, we talk a lot about the nerd stories, but I think one of the things that I like about a lot of the media and everything that we do consume is I don't know if there truly is evil. Just as I don't know if there truly is somebody that is always good. It's a choice. It's what free will is. It's what is complex and human. And, like, absolutely, like, no shade, but that's, like, why certain characters in pop culture that are just perfect, the Supermans of the world, aren't as interesting. And I know that there are certain comics and stuff that extrapolate and go into more depth of his character, but, like, he's a perfect alien from outer space. He's not human. So, like, to be human, to explore what it means to make good choices and bad choices, and also, like, you can do the right thing and still lose. You can do the wrong thing and win. You can do... It's complicated. And yeah, there is a lot of evil. I think more what I was saying is I don't know if I believe in just irredeemable, just evil, no shred of goodness ever. And whether that be just, like I was just about to say, the redeemed villains. It's more just, I think that being a human is difficult. I think that there are choices and just the opportunity to look and explore the darkness, look and explore the free will, look and explore the evil and the rationale behind it. Because I think, too, a lot of the times where we have an evil character, they're motivated by selfish desires, but a lot of times those selfish desires are, especially with the really well-written villains and stuff, they're born out of, like, wanting to protect their family. They're born out of wanting to, like, wanting to do something, and it just gets misconstrued and just off, and it just... like, when you can see things through their point of view and you're like, you're not wrong, but, I do believe in free will. We talk about that a lot, actually. It comes up. We were playing KOTOR last night. I am playing through that for the first time again. And, there's the discussion of, like, what is the Force? Are we tools to the Force? Is the Force everything? Is there truly free will? How can there be truly free will when things are guided? Or what is destiny? I do believe in free will, though. I do. But I also know that it's very complicated and one of those topics that, like, I think in a lot of ways is really a true measure of humanity and the things, like, I talk a lot about, like, how I know... Or I talk about, like, what I love about humanity, and it's, it's kind of, first we survive, and then if we can survive, we can make things better, and if we can make things better, we can make things pretty, and there's a lot of, like, just kind of anthropological, but also cultural things, but, like, truly, like, at the core of our, like, big, deep thinking, big thought, big brain human things, we all love to tackle the idea of free will and what that truly means, and I very much like it in my media. Like, what is humanity? What is free will? I do hope we have free will. I think that's one of the things true is, talking from, like, a trauma perspective and talking from a, like, if all of this was, like, predestined, if all of this was meant to play out and there was nothing we can do, then, like, there's some awfully things that have happened, and that's, you know, like, I'd like to think that I had a choice in some of these things, even if I made the wrong choice. I'd like to still think that I had a choice, and that the choices now too to like recover from some of these things would be my freely made choices. But yeah, but no, if we do have free will, then people who make and choose evil are freely choosing evil. But I think in some ways it's less terrifying to think that individual people would choose the wrong thing than to think that there is no free will and that they are being forced into unspeakable acts of cruelty. You know. But yeah, no, I mean, like I said, that goes what makes like a really good villain or a really well written character is when, even if they are not necessarily doing it the right way, they're doing it the way that they feel like they have to. And, you know, like, yeah, once upon a time, Mr. Gold, he was just trying to find his child, and, you know, but yes, no, Jingles is also bringing kind of a, like, tongue-in-cheek version of that, one of the How It Should Have Ended, which, if you are not familiar, their channel on YouTube, they're amazing. It's all animated, it's very, very clever, very witty. But yes, one of their characters was like, no, wait, you don't understand. I have a daughter. She's sick, and that makes it okay for me to break the law. But then, like, on the other hand, they're put into these situations because we're just talking about how healthcare and mental health are inaccessible. And it's complicated, I think, is the answer. And that's, you know, people, it's all a ripple effect. It's all I make the best choice that I can with the information that I'm provided, but like even with good intentions, it doesn't necessarily mean that every choice is a good choice. You're just making a choice. Now, yes, I see where that could get into the argument of maybe we're just observing our bodies reacting to stimulus, and that's valid too. It is complicated. I think questioning the nature of our reality is a tricky one, and even if I got to choose, like, do I like to think that it's all a simulation and we're reacting? Do I like to think that we have, like, I don't like to fall into like main character syndrome or anything, but like I like to think that my choices make an impact and that they are truly my choices. But I also know that with that becomes a power, and it is kind of terrifying to think that my choices have an impact, good or bad, because then that means that my choices affect someone else, and like I said, that comes with a great responsibility. In chat, you sound very intelligent. I try. I mean, like, in the way that, like, it's one of those things where I grew up kind of internalizing my intelligence as a character trait, and that's hard. I was reading a very fascinating article about how, and this is gonna whoop, what is a brain? How does it work, right? How a lot of neurodivergent people that are smart use that as like their main character trait, and they use it until they burn out. And like, I'm self-deprecating in my humor, and that's why I'll joke about being like former gifted kid, because that's how, like, not to be like that's how I identify, but like I use my intelligence to the point where, like, if I didn't have it, I had like nothing left, and I burn out, because you learn how to brute force yourself with intelligence to get through situations, and you don't learn who you truly are. And it's complicated. It's very fascinating, and it's one of those where I think, very interestingly too, we have a new generational way of discussing intelligence and how that does affect identity, and how societal expectations aren't necessarily the best, even for like a smart kid. These things like the gifted program, excuse me, I gotta learn how to breathe. I'm smart, but does my brain work? How like the gifted programs aren't necessarily even the best for kids, and how like pushing kids can be too much. And I was an absolute academia-holic. I thought school was the only thing that matters, and I graduated high school really early. I went to college when I was 16. I graduated college pretty quickly. I have a bachelor's, and I'm simultaneously at this point where I could not be more proud of myself. But on the other hand, I'm learning how much of my life that I rushed through. And it's not like at what cost, because again, it goes back to that I made the best choices that I could with the information provided. I wanted to further my education. I'm very, very grateful that I had the privilege of doing this. I was not happy in high school. I was not, I wanted more, but it's one of those where, like, looking back now, it's like, yeah, but what cost did that truly come at? Because I'm finding that I didn't know who I was till I was nearly 30. And it's not like everyone goes through their magic, like, high school character arc where they figure out who they are, but I didn't even give myself, like, that chance, if that makes sense. But on the other hand, I couldn't stay where I was. Like, my abusers went to the same school, and I couldn't sit in a classroom knowing that they got away with the things that they got away with and nobody cared. I was smart enough to get myself out of a situation, and is that not worthy of celebration? I took opportunities when I could, and it's one of those, again, it goes back to I couldn't change it. I, like, wouldn't change it because I am where I am, like, because of what I've done. But on the other hand, like, sometimes it's hard, like I said, you can make all the right choices and still kind of lose, if that makes sense. And so, like, I have a daughter who is wicked smart. And now I know, partially because of, like, child psychology classes. Like, I love to study. I'm an art major, but I devoured voraciously anything I could get my hands on. But I don't know if I want to push her through academia in the way that, like, I thought was necessary for me, if that makes sense. And so, like, there are other things that I would put a value on higher than just be good at school. But on the other hand, it's hard because I'm proud of the fact that I was good at school. So it's like, I can't take that away from myself. But on the other hand, it's not what I would prioritize these days. And so it's very, very interesting to be like, this is what I did. This is what made me proud. This is what I fought for my entire life. But I don't want the same for my kid. But on the other hand, like, she's going to have to make her own choices and choose what's important to her as well. But thank you for redeeming hydrate, because that's the thing too. I can be big brain smart and then forget to, like, take care of myself. So I appreciate that you guys look out for me. So thank you. Yeah. So I'm gonna read chat for a second. What is my definition? What is my definition of intelligence? Am I certain I'm brilliant? And when you mean slow down, does it mean I'm talking too fast? Because I legitimately know I do that. Or was that a wait, whoa, I missed something? And then we're looking through. To be intelligent, you have to interact with your environment, not just orate. And life is good, but it could be better. I think, right. And without, like, getting maybe too off topic, but also very tangentially, I think that's kind of what the collective global trauma has given us. Is, I know I was very, very caught up in what I called praying at the altar of busy. Because I can do things, I did things. I, worked creative jobs. I worked jobs that put, food on the table. I over-volunteered. I wanted to be everything to everyone. And I was either smart enough or, able to just, like, make it work in time that, like, I didn't want to let anybody down and I knew I could do things. That said, I almost burnt myself completely out trying to be everything to everyone, and I would get disappointed if I felt like I wasn't, like, living up to my potential. Like, oh, you can do this, you can make things, you're smart, why don't you go back to school? Why are you not interacting with all the, like, smart people that you want to be part of? Why haven't you put out another book? Like, there's a lot, and it's hard because that's still something I definitely struggle with. Is I know I can do more, but where do you draw the line? And then, like, this global collective trauma has really put a thing in the zeitgeist about slowing down and about living more simply and learning how to get back to basics, which is interesting because, like I said, I live on a ranch. I raise animals, I garden, I sew. So it's like, it's one of those where, like, I got caught up in the busy of it all, but, like, also wanted just to live more simple. And so, and I know I'm getting a little off topic. I can feel it. But like, where do you draw the line? What do you measure your worth in? What's important? What was worth the effort? What will be worth the effort? And that's something I think I definitely still struggle with. Because, like I said, I can still be proud of everything that I've done, still make that in a lot of ways my identity, and still not want it for like my kid. And so then that means, like, kind of leaves us with like, where are we? Like, where are we with things? Like, what makes me me? And I know big picture, because we've been talking about therapy, and a lot of that is boundaries. A lot of that is not measuring my like worth by my productivity, and that's hard as a maker. Like, this is genuinely hard as a maker, because if I don't make things, who am I? If I'm not making arts and content and my books and my this and my that, then what am I? But like, I know other people have other different things that weigh them down. But yeah, please. So in chat, not very many rules. Obviously, be kind, be a good person. Feel free to ask your questions. I do have my one caveat that if I'm uncomfortable, or if it's a safety issue, especially because I do have a minor child, I do not have to answer. That's kind of the one, like, but for the most part, especially for just having a conversation, feel free to ask your questions. That's just like my one, like, safety, like, asterisk, like, feel free to ask them. So, but yeah. But yeah, so I'll wait for that question. But it's, it's a lot. And I like, Ink Rabbit, as you guys know, is my co-parenting partner. We have a daughter together that's Little Sprout. Like, we have different life experiences. We have different cultural backgrounds. We have, like, how do you, like, what is important to whom, and who is right, and what is, like, and not even like right, but more like how. And then you've got a tiny person with autonomy, and like, that's the thing. Like, Little Sprout is their own person. What she will decide one day to be important is going to be what's important. And that's why, like, I talk a lot about things, and like, obviously it's very human to have regrets. It's very human to go, man, I wish I would change that. But like, I try very hard not to do that, because one, it's not super healthy. And two, I can't. Oh, yeah, please ask your question. Please. And I wasn't trying to make you uncomfortable either. I just wanted to throw that out, because I know we've been getting kind of heavy with conversation today, and I just wanted to, like I said, I'm working on boundaries. So it was a thing for me more than anything else. Please ask your questions. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's gone. Little Sprout's their own person, and yeah, what's going to be important to them, I will defend. And, so like regrets and stuff. There we go. I'm back. Choo-choo. Is I don't like hold any ill will towards my past self or my parents or anything, because like, it could be very easy for me to be like, oh man, if I had had a diagnosis of my like stuff back as a kid, things could have been so different. But like, they didn't know, because the culture wasn't pro mental health. I didn't know because I didn't know. It wasn't my responsibility, like, as a child, to advocate. But I don't feel let down by my folks at all. So it's like, I hope that, like, that's never an impression that I'm giving. It's more like, it was the 90s. And I, was a little girl, and ADHD was and is still in a lot of ways only a like male disease, and only like the male presentation's important. And so like, no one would have known in the 90s that I was ADHD, even if I like came back in time with like the certificate of authenticity. It's not a thing. But it wasn't a thing. And so like, I can't be mad. And like, that's the thing too, is it's like, I'm sure I'm going to make parenting mistakes. I am human. But like, just in a lot of ways, that was why it was important for like me to fight for my own like diagnosis. And then of course, this is with the like major caveat of privacy for my daughter. But like, my diagnosis came about because I had questions for her pediatrician. And that's actually something that generationally we're finding a lot, is that parents are getting their own diagnosis because they have concerns about their child. And I think that's both simultaneously beautiful, because it's like, wait, I'm seeing the things that they did, and I don't sure if this is normal. Can I get an expert? And it's also sad that we have to wait till it's our kids. But again, I absolutely no ill will. Things are changing, and that's goes back to the optimism thing. But it means that we are learning as a society, as a culture, as in everything. And so, yeah, I can be sad about it, but being, like holding that as like a grudge doesn't do me any good. I do have ADHD. Yes, I was diagnosed as an adult, and it's been something that's been a journey because I haven't changed. Just in a lot of ways, I've been cracked open, and it feels really good because I did struggle with a lot of basic things. I have a lot of executive dysfunction issues, and especially being a smart kid, it was very hard to then feel, because we put, especially in the 90s, that would have been a disability. And I use big air quotes because I don't like those words. And of course, words have power. So if I will use words that I have learned, that I use in the professional capacity with my therapist. I will also use words in my identity that I do understand are reclaimed slurs. If at any time I do use words that are uncomfortable, I would like to know. And just, please, let's be honest and not hurt anybody. But like, for example, I identify as genderqueer, and I do realize that the queer label has been a slur in the past, but it is reclaimed. So that's just like caveat to that. Words have history, words have power. So yes, I do talk a lot. It's one of those where I'm quiet until I get on the subject, and then there's no stopping me. No, it's something it's a big deal to be able to talk freely. And like, I'm actually like shaking, and part of the reason you can't tell is because the bus wiggles, so it's like it just works, and I move a lot. This is still terrifying, but like the good kind of terrifying. But okay, so your question, I totally skipped it and then I went back. But no, it's good energy, but it's a lot of energy. My hair is asymmetrical, and the reason it is there's a couple of reasons. One, just on a practicality sense, I have a lot of hair. Like a lot of hair. My braid goes out of frame now. It's long. So cutting off a third of it just to manage the like volume was fantastic. I did get it cut under the guise of, I'm an artist, I should have a weird haircut. However, as we kind of, especially like, I know that as I like talk about it, it's one of those where like, there's a lot of things that I've learned in my life that I didn't have the term for, and I didn't have the knowledge and the experience with, and so I dealt with them in my own ways before I like knew what I was really doing, if that makes sense. Where it's like, I knew that something didn't feel right. I didn't know why it didn't feel right, but I could do this thing in the interim to make myself feel more whole, more human. And so my haircut I did under the guise of being an artist and needing a quirky haircut, but in a lot of ways it actually helps with my gender presentation. I'll be completely honest. I like the kind of masculine vibes that the side shade gives off. I like that if I, from different angles, I feel like a different person. I feel more whole. I think that a lot of people that have non-binary or differing gender presentations and gender ideas feel similarly in the fact that like we can modify something as simple as hair or as complex as like piercing and tattoos to reclaim and make this like big meat suit that we pilot around a little bit more like home. And I mean, I definitely do that. I have like a lot of piercings. It's something that makes me very comfortable. Plus the side shave is cool, right? It's fun. It's a little long right now, but it's, it's winter and that side gets cold. I can't shave it too short in the summer because then I get sunburned because I'm very white. No, you know what? It's like, I read your comment and it is what it is. I could let it throw me, and it just, yeah, no, I do really want to say that. It's one of those two where like, I understand too that there's a lot of labels, there's a lot of terms, it's a lot to understand. And, all I can say is that like, when it comes down to it, this label makes me happy. Just kind of like being able to proudly say I'm a nerd. Like that was a thing that like 20 years ago would have probably got me punched on the playground. So it's my label. I'm free to use it. That's about what it is. Like that's kind of, I would hope that maybe I can change your mind with like just getting to know me. But if you have, like I said before, if people have any sort of issue with the terms and the words I'm using, we can talk about it. I can do better if it's something that is offensive, and if it's something that maybe you just don't get, don't like, don't agree with. we're all just kind of growing and working together, I think is all I can say. So, if you said you believe objectively that there are only two genders, here's my thing on a lot of things. Words and knowledge have power. I do understand that a lot of this is a lot. The way I see it is, don't hurt people. Don't actively go out and attack, but if you have your beliefs, you have your beliefs. One of the things I'm raising my daughter with is a lot of times we use stories, we use myths, we use religion, we use science, we use whatever we can as humans to explain the unexplainable. And so, whatever that is in your head, you are free to believe it. My issue, of course, is when it leaches out and people fight between it. Because I will fight for freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of belief. You can believe in whatever you believe in, and I will protect that fiercely. It's when other people, obviously, when it bleeds into attacking people. So that's kind of my stance on it. Is believe what you believe in, and I will always fight for that right for you. And by that same token, I'm gonna fight for myself to use the labels, the words, the terms, the identity that I've come to kind of claw tooth and nail from. And it took a lot for me to get here, so I'm gonna fiercely protect it. Jingle says in chat, everyone is different, and how they want to identify will be different from person to person. It's best to identify with what makes you happy. Thank you. And that's the thing. I'm not, it is the real world. There will always be people that disagree with anything. I mean, even in the best nerd community, we joke you can start a fight by asking who's the best Star Trek captain. There's going to be stuff we disagree on fundamentally. And the bigger it gets, the heavier it hits. It's more just I won't stop being your friend if you think it's Picard. I think it's Janeway. But it's we just want to it's when it becomes weaponized, I think, is the only thing. So, and your thing saying it's nature is the same way that I would be respectful about religion. I can say that science proves X, Y, and Z, but if someone has something that I might believe is only a story but is their truth, again, as long as it doesn't stand in the way of massive global health or massive global betterment, we all are allowed to believe in the things that we believe in, so. And that's that. Sorry, I'm in mama mode for 2.5 seconds while I double check that my little sprout is safe. So, and it's all good. You guys get it. 1, I'm distractible, and 2, gotta make sure my baby's good. When I was younger, I was not friendly with the LGBT community, but as I got older and made more friends across the world, I became an ally. Thank you. It is complicated, and I understand that it is complicated, and I understand that it's a lot. And even with my best friends, you can express an honest, respectful, humble opinion about my gender. That's valid. Even with my friends, I've got a friend, really, really good friend of mine, who firmly does not believe in any labels at all. And I get that. We've talked at length about whether or not labels are harmful or helpful. And so I think sometimes she's scared for me when I wear my labels so proudly. And I both respect and understand that we both have different trauma responses, because really at the end of the day, a lot of this is formed by we wear the armor of the enemies that we've defeated in the past. We wear the armor of what's hit us, and we can only go into battle protecting for the future, in that respect. So I get it. It's always going to be slightly differently. You're always going to go into something different than someone else, even if you fought a similar battle. But so her thing about labels, she doesn't want to give the enemy any more targets. She doesn't want to wear her labels on her sleeve because it's another opportunity for harm. And I agree, in some ways, but I'm also the kind of person that is a giant geek. And I'm like, yes, but you not understand at the end of the day, but the labels are the search functions. They're the people that I can find by, using the search function, the hashtag, the label. I can sort by people that are like me. And it took me 30 years to find some of these search functions. I'm going to use them. Like, by golly, I'm going to use them. And so I wear them on my sleeve. And, like, yes, there's the social camouflage where you know what you lead with. And I hate that masking, but it's a safety thing too. I've been hurt enough to know when to blend into a crowd and when not to. But on the other hand, like, some of what took me so long to figure out as a human was because there weren't people around me with labels at all. And when everyone tried to be the same and we knew we weren't, like, it didn't help any of us figure out who the heck we were until it was much, much later in life. And so the fact that there is, one, the internet, honestly, and two, just access to this information and allies and people out there, and even if we're just trying things on for size to see if they fit and we keep growing and evolving, it's going to be important for these labels to be out there, because there's going to be someone out there that hasn't heard of these things, that is uncomfortable and needs the search functions. And so for that respect, I'm going to wear mine proudly. And it's there's always going to be different ways of coming at these things. And I've got one eye on the chat. I know what's going on. Labels are complicated. I get it, and I respect her trauma response into not having them. And I see that in chat, maybe I'm just a tomboy, I don't need to destroy the concept of gender. But also, like, maybe I'm not. Maybe there is deeper things that, and not to say, like, you can't understand in a you, but as in a royal you, like, no one knows except me and how I express, like, the gender dysphoria. If you have not questioned and felt completely broken and felt like the parts that you have aren't the parts that you should, and felt so much like an alien in your own body, who are we to, try and put a feeling on that? And until you've stared at that particular abyss, can you judge the depth of it? And there are abysses that I have not stood on, and so I cannot judge the depth of them. But this particular abyss and I know how deep it goes to me, and so I can put a label on its depth. That's, but that's what it is. Also, I'm just gonna go out there. Societal norms, what does that even mean? We're finally getting to a point where we can treat people like equals. And, I think the fact that we're still having riots over the color of people's skin means that our societal norms maybe do need to be changed. Because who defines the societal norms? I don't think there's been a time in human history where everyone felt comfortable. And so maybe we should destroy them until they are nothing. Until people all feel free. So, we live in a society. Bottom text. It's an older meme. This is societal norms are defined by those who bring up the next generation. Okay. Yeah, well, I got my shot. I got a beautiful human that I am raising. And I like what her and her cohorts are doing. I like what Gen Z is doing. I think that change is inevitable, honestly. Honestly, the fact that things change from every single generation, which, what if we define by, 25 to 30 years? The fact that everything changes that rapidly, honestly, means that we're meant to change. That's what humans do. Throughout human history, we change everything. We go from survival mode, and then we go into how can we change this mode? Whether it be something as quote-unquote simple as art history, we go from, hey, I needed to carry water from a river. I made a pottery shard, or a pottery you know, I made a pottery. There we go. And now, because I am not dying of thirst, the next pot that I make can be beautiful. And that's a simple change, but it went from utilitarian to decorative to how can I make this better to make my brain happier? And so something fundamentally simple like that to massive societal change. We change every 30 years. We change every, what is it? Every, you know, yeah, I have. I am a birth giver or a birth. I have given birth, yes. I have a child. So, a life giver, which always sounds way more dramatic than intended. Especially because I firmly believe that my daughter's their own person, and it's not like I gave them their life. It's more just, yeah, like series of events happened, and now they are an autonomous person. So, but yeah, these humans change things. I think a lot of times humans look at things and say, can we make it better or can we destroy it? Like, that's what we do. That's what society is. No one society has lasted because they all had strengths, they all had weaknesses, and things change. And in a lot of ways is terrifying. Excuse me. In a lot of ways that is terrifying. It's actually beautiful too, because it means we're willing to scrap it all and say, let's try that again. So yeah, some stuff happened. Now I have a child, right? That's there's a chapter book. Skip to that chapter. Oh yeah, I guess my character needed some character development. There's a kid now. Season 6. I don't know what the writers are doing, right? Some stuff happened. But nah, that's the thing too. She was my child was very wanted. And it took a lot. It took a lot. And yeah, that's hard. That's hard stuff. And for her privacy, we call her Little Sprout on the internet. We don't have her name out there, so because that's the thing too, is it's very tricky because we share a lot of what we do together. She's in my YouTube videos, and it's with very deep discussions of consent. I want her to be content, but more importantly, her consent matters. I have legitimately refilmed and re-edited entire episodes because she wanted to be in them and then changed her mind. So she's out there. But, it's hard because I want her to be part of this, but I also want her privacy because who knows what will happen. And that's the rule that's always happened. Like, even since she's been, 4 or 5 is, she knows mommy's rule is like, if she's in something and she doesn't want it up, it goes away. And so like we do the best that we can in this ever evolving, digital world, because that's the thing. Things change. And, we gotta keep up. But nah, consent is the one constant. Yeah. So, but we don't use her name just for her privacy reasons. So you may call her Little Sprout or Sprout. I call her Bug a lot of times. She's curious and amazing and wild in the good ways. Yeah, she's my sunshine. I gotta crank up the heater now. I deigned to say that I was warm. I questioned the universe, and now I'm cold again. But yeah, no, right? Long-running TV show, and now surprise. Hey, you know what? I'm very grateful. She can't legally possibly consent to anything before the age of 16, but she has bodily autonomy, and she knows who she is and what she likes, and I can respect that. There's no age on consent. If she doesn't want to hug somebody, she doesn't hug them. If she doesn't want a picture on the internet, she doesn't want a picture on the internet. Age has nothing to do with that. So. And it would be very bold to assume that I have her, I would like to think I have her rights and wishes and have my, everything align with them. It is my intention as a parent to do right by her, but nah, she's got a voice. And I can only do the best by her. That's all I can do. So. Right? Yeah, it's interesting. I sometimes only really went to use my real name because I had a hard time kind of figuring out what pseudonym to use. And then, like my hand was kind of forced in the fine art world, and just in other things. So it's interesting to be open with my name. But yeah, it's just one of those, like, do what makes you comfortable too. Like, we're all just trying to figure this all out. In which ways? I guess you'll have to clarify on that last part, because I know there's a little bit of a chat delay, so I apologize for that. But yeah, being online is tough. It's an incredible gift, I will say that, because just, being able to connect is also, it's the Wild West. It's scary. Yeah, no, allowing children agency is the greatest thing. No, it's very, very important, and it's there's tough boundaries, like does she fully understand the need for a pseudonym at this exact age? Maybe, maybe not. We can talk about things, but it's one of those where I let her pick her pseudonym. We talked about how it was important to protect her name from people that might use it to hurt her or to know too much stuff. And so it's like there's consent every step of the way, and it's important. Like, that's why I said, like, if, like, I know it's hard to parent in this age of social media, but, like, yeah, nothing goes up online without her approving it. And I know it can seem silly or strange, like, I'm the parent, but no, it's like, honestly, I like it when people ask me before they put up a picture. The least I can do is do that to my own kid, you know what I mean? But it goes deeper too, because it just starts the discussion on consent, on autonomy, on everything, because it doesn't magically start as soon as you're an adult, and I want her to know that she can tell me no too. I mean, that's important too. In chat, I define the situation where I allow her consent. I try my best. Like I said, like, if I take a picture, even if it's just for, like, fun family stuff, if I take a picture, I'm like, hey, can I post this? Like, that just starts a discussion on consent. And it's also just, to me, it's a, like, just respect thing. Like, hey, you like this picture? Like, if I take a picture of my nieces, I showed their mom first. I say, hey, is this cool? And, we still have privacy settings locked down and all that. But, like, it just starts a discussion on, like, hey, you're involved in this. I'm not going to pull the I'm mom, I said so, or, I'm the parent, I get to do whatever I want. It starts a discussion on consent. And like I said, right, I try. It is hard, because you, like with location, you want to be relatable. And there's people in chat that I know IRL, and sometimes it's hard not to say things that would define where I am, but it's important. And I also just, like, I want to be real with y'all, but I also just, I'm an anxious person and know how the internet works. I don't want to hurt anybody or have anybody get hurt. That's a big fear of mine. I want, work-life separation also as well. That's something I work on, but, I don't have to give you my street address to be genuine with you. You know what I mean? Like, there are boundaries, and like we've said before, boundaries are important. Boundaries are important. So it's an interesting discussion. I think it's going to be something too that comes up a lot, just as we raise kids in the digital era. But right, West Coast, right? But yeah, no, it's important, and you've got to know you, and whether it's informed from past trauma, whether it's informed from just being wise and street smart, there's reasons why people can specify certain things and choose to, and some people can't. And so right. Like, I'm in the Los Angeles area, and that's good enough for me. Like, I'm proud of where I am, and it's cool, and but yeah, just In chat, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but when you have a discussion about consent, do you feel you can assert your opinion as being the correct opinion? I don't know if there's a correct opinion, if there's an opinion. All I can do is give objective fact. And, you know, there's one thing where, like, I mean, like, do we, going back to, the, I don't know, the name thing, for example, I can tell her, hey, you need to pick a name. You need to pick a pseudonym. And like I said, can a 5-year-old fully comprehend the dangers of the internet without me telling her the dangers of the internet? That's a tricky one. But if I say, hey, like, I'd like you to pick a name and we're going to use nicknames. I mean, I think of that, like, Spider-Man meme. It's like, oh, we're using our made-up names now? We can frame it in the way where she's not scared, too. Because that's, like, the thing, too. I'm not trying to terrify her. I just want this realistic discussion of these things, you know? But we take it one step at a time. And so it's like, if there's something that needs to be done, we just take it one step at a time. I mean, not to say I don't know how to explain that any, like, not any better, but just, I think I'm stumbling over my own words. It's more of a, I try and be open and give choice as I can. And I also know, like I said, I'm not perfect. And one of the things I've been very open about, too, is if I do something differently or wrong, or right, yeah, I feel like not even every adult understands the danger of the internet. True. If I make a mistake, I'm honest with her. I can say things like, hey, you know, we remember when we did it this way? We can't do it anymore, or I don't want to do it that way anymore. Can we try something different? We work together. Like, she's a child, but she's capable of making decisions, you know? And yeah, everyone has different boundaries. It's good to know what your own limits and keep them set. And it's a journey too, and every day she gets a little wiser. Every year things change, and so I know that these discussions will evolve. I don't know, I think that's just the most important part, is to be honest, and also to let her know that, like, not every grown-up has the answer. And we've stopped discussions because I had to go look something up, and then we came back to it, and I think that was like a big moment when, like, the first time an adult, like, admitted they had no idea and needed to go look it up. And to kind of break that preconceived notion that adults are like completely just omniscient, and we're not. We're learning, and, like, the laws haven't caught up with digital technology. And sweet, my mom made baked potatoes. You know, like, it's gonna be an evolving thing, and we're gonna make the right choice in the moment with the information that we have. That's all we can do. That's been my thing. And like I said, I'll make mistakes, just not the same mistakes that others have made before me. That's all we can do. Like, truly, I fully believe that's all we can do. Yeah, it got late, which means I was having a good time. I was only going to stream till 3, and it's 5 o'clock, which I'm not complaining about in the slightest. Obviously, I like to get into this stuff, but I'll go a little bit more, and then I'm going to go fully enjoy a jacket potato with tuna mayonnaise. Yeah, normally I'd be picking up Little Sprout, but it's the holidays, so we've got a slightly different schedule, and I'm excited for that. As much as my brain craves structure, and that goes back to, like, needing it for the ADHD sometimes, when, like, a schedule is different, it's exciting. So we're gonna let that be exciting today. And I know that everyone's warm and safe and happy on my end. So that's also a really good thing. Nice. You ordered some chicken. That's cool. That is cool. Yeah, I like food delivery. It's cool. It's one of those, like, nice little treat. But yeah, like, I know that kind of took a turn. We were making cat dolls earlier today, and now we've questioned free will, and we've questioned the limits of human society. But I'm very glad to hear that you are also warm and safe and happy. That makes me happy, and I'm really glad, because I know that now it's dark, which means it's dark in the whole continental U.S. and wherever you are in this world. It's also, well, I was going to say it's also winter, but that's not true for the Southern Hemisphere. It's a tricky time, let's just say that. So to know that there are people out there that are warm and safe and happy, and we can check in with each other, that's good stuff. Yeah, I mean, genuinely connecting with other humans. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I need, like, a better term for things that, like, shouldn't surprise me, but magically surprise me every time. And it's like, making a friend, making art. It's like, wow, have you tried this? This is good stuff. But like, yes, we know, but we don't do it enough. Making friends as a grown-up is hard too. Like, it is, but it's also like really, really, really good, real good. Yeah. Speaking of friends, just kind of forecasting ahead because I have a jacket potato ready. I might set up a raid here in a bit because I kind of feel like now that I've paused, very objects in motion, stay in motion, objects at rest. I think because I've stopped, it's probably a good time to go enjoy my jacket potato. So I have a friend of a friend who I've been meaning to catch their stream, but they are also deeply psychological and very wise that I think we're going to raid. So again, as always, y'all know the drill. If you need to go, I really shoot into the wild. But if you are still ready to keep the party going, we'll do a raid and just be wonderful and supportive and keep the party going. So I think I'm going to set that up. And yeah, I'm glad you came in. I'm glad all of you, asked some good questions. And yeah, we took a little bit of an intellectual detour, but we are richer for it. So yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the stream. You have a great evening. Kind of as always, I'll set up the raid and then do my little sign off. We're going to be raiding DJ Loompa, and let's go give them some excellent vibes. As always, I'm Catherine. You are always on board the bus all the time. Yeah, there was an outro in there. I know words. Bus's doors are always open. You are welcome on board anytime. I really hope you have a great evening, and thank you so much everyone for joining. Much love to all the chatters and the lurkers, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Until then, you know the drill. We got good memes in the Discord. And I hope that you all have a wonderful week and had great holidays, and stay warm and stay safe. So let's go raid. Have a good one. Bye.